Cindy, for coordinating. Thank you, Cindy, for coordinating and bringing this summit to the public. We're so thrilled that all of you are here, whether you're live or on a recording, whether you're just starting your journey to wellness or looking for a deeper connection with natural living. You've taken a really powerful step, and simply just by showing up today. So I just want to say thank you for being here. And I want to tell you, this event was created for you to inspire, empower, and guide you towards a greater life of health, harmony, and joy through the wisdom of nature. Over the coming sessions, you're going to hear from passionate experts who live and breathe what they teach, as Cindy just mentioned. And you're going to have shared tips, tools, time-tested practices that only you can transform in the way you live. So settle in, open your heart, and get ready to be inspired. You're not just attending an event, you're stepping into a community that supports your natural path, that supports you. From our hearts to yours, welcome.
And I welcome you. Now, I know that right now the world seems very chaotic with all the, we started out in California with terrible fires. And luckily I was 4 miles away from one of the fires. So I was only affected by the fallout, right? All the things that were coming down. But I don't care where you are in the world. And we have people coming here from all over the world. We have to come together. That's why we're calling this a collaborative, because we want to collaborate so that everyone really comes together and gives whatever skills that they have. So I'm learning every day, and I know that everyone else in the collaborative is also learning. And what is exciting about that is that there's so much we can't do anything about, but there's an incredible amount that we can. So I have composted for my entire lifetime. And by the time you leave here today, I want you to say, I can do that too. And I also want you to realize that we can make an impact in Kenya. Sometimes we say, there are starving people and I can't do anything about it. But the Natural Health Collaborative, one of the speakers is from Kenya. I don't think he's going to be able to join us. He's having problems with his phone. But I want you to know that the video is not the best. We did try to edit it, but the thing is, he is affecting a huge community by growing sweet potatoes and cassavas that they're going to not only use to feed themselves, but also feed any of the animals that they're also growing. And instead of people having to go out and water by hand, in pails, they're going to be able to put in an irrigation system, but also terracing to catch all the water that actually comes from the sky. And I know what drought conditions are. Now, growing up in New England, I didn't, but now I do. And I know how difficult that is. So we've sent you all information. If you want to know more about it, please let us know. And with that, I think that we have a lot of people on the first panel. And I want to make sure that I'm asking them to unmute and come forward so that we can actually have a wonderful way to start is by letting go of your stress. Now, I do that by eating flowers every morning and eating some, I have some mint here, which is also really a very good pick-me-up. So That's how I start my day, so I'm less stressful. So now we're going to learn from a lot of experts. And I'm asking all of them to unmute now. Oops. I think I might have muted a couple.
Ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Forward to Abundance Spring Summit. And I'm Mary Lummerding. I'm your moderator for this panel. The panel today for number 1 is stress management and mental emotional well-being. Is Alexi here? I don't see her. I think we have Marina, Margarita, or Maggie, and Dorina. So welcome. We all know that we have to manage our stress, and there's different ways of doing it. So I'm very happy to have our experts here to discuss this important topic. I'll ask one question per person, and then we'll move on and see how much time we have that we can talk about this. First, I'll talk to Marina Shigolighina. She is a mindful expert who helps individuals reduce stress, boost productivity, and transform their lives through mindful meditation. Whether you're seeking support to work through challenging conversations, manage strong emotions, incorporate mindfulness into your daily life, she offers practical tools to thrive personally and professionally. So Marina, what are signs that mental health is being negatively impacted by a person's job?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mary, for introducing me. Such a wonderful introduction. Yes, this is a wonderful question because I really went through some challenges in my job, and I can give some example from my life. I work in finance, and some years ago, I was working and was responsible for international clients, and I really know what does it mean, how to cope with, how to manage stress. Not well, but anyway, on doing this path, and we are together at this conference also, doing it, and not only stress management, but also connecting with nature. And my story, to tell this story short, I would like to say that I found myself overloaded with work and with quite big negative emotions, and I received a call from my boss. He said, "Marina, it's a good time to find a new job for you." I was so shocked at that moment, and I remember how much time I was spending doing my tasks and responsibilities, and it was quite a drastic experience. And I find out that I was close to burnout at that moment, and I was like thinking that it was a worst thing in my life. And but time passed, and I figured out that it's the best thing in my life, which happened to me when he said this phrase, because I started searching for a way how can I be mentally strong and cope with difficulties, and how can I reshape my way of thinking in a way how can I be more supportive instead of showing like aggressive mood or anger, and or criticize him for his decision which he made. I looked into area of meditation and mindfulness. I started practicing this for a daily basis, almost like starting from 2 minutes, and I find out how big impact to my life mindfulness and meditation created for me. I started sleeping better. I absolutely reshaped a way of thinking, because just if you want or you don't want, when you meditate, you feel that your thoughts is coming and passing by like cars in a motorway. Just you are just exploring such different horizons and possibilities in your life. And this is what I was experiencing. And I again started social interactions with my friends, and again coming back into the normal world. And after 6 months, my boss, he has been waiting for 6 months when I was in trying to find out a new job. And finally I moved from one department into another. I think it's also because of meditation and all these practices. I started my communication with my colleagues in a different way. And one of my previous colleagues invited me to move to different department, and finally I discovered myself in again an interesting job where I can bring some benefits for clients and for colleagues in a team. And I think our mental health really depends on how much attention we are paying into not our physical health, but also how we are doing things, how we are communicating, and how we are impacting ourselves and the world around us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll move to Dorina. In the fast-paced, high-stress world we live in, true family connections are often lost. Sorry. Dorina is a wife and mother of 6, and she's a staunch advocate of family meals and aims to change that. With over 30 years of experience in nurture holistic health within her family, she knows firsthand the power of the dining table as a vital connection point. Dorina, for your first question, your main mission is to revive the Rosito effect. What is that?
So, hello, everybody. I'm Dorina. And yes, the Rosito effect is, well, the definition is the phenomenon by which people live longer, healthier, happier lives by the way they live in community. And the quick story behind that is that in the 1880s, people from this village in Italy, where I am now, immigrated to the United States and landed in Eastern Pennsylvania working in the slate mines. As they got there, they came up with some discrimination, as was at the time, and so they moved off to the side and they started a new town and they named it Roseto after the town in Italy. So they lived in this little enclave, just them, for many, many years. And fast forward to the 1960s, the doctor serving the town told another doctor, hey, nobody in this town has any heart disease and a lot of other ailments as well. And so they say, well, let's study this town. Why are they living so long and healthy? They immediately went to study the food, but they were eating salted cured meats, food fried in lard. They were smoking and drinking and happy and healthy. And they're like, okay, what is it? It's not that. So as they studied deeper and spent time in the village there in Pennsylvania, what they ultimately attributed their good health and longevity to was the community-centered, church-centered, family-centered life. It was basically about connections. I call it life around the table, not necessarily what's on it, even though we know that's really important, but who's around it, who's in front of you, who's sitting next to you, who you're conversing with, who you're connecting with. They called this the Roseto effect. So this is the phenomenon that I am trying to revive, because I feel like in our country, this is what is missing, connections. And I think the table in the family home is the bottom building block of society. And whenever you need to fix something, what do? You go back to basics. Just like every sports movie you've ever seen, when the coach comes into the ragtag team, what do? They're like, we got to get back to basics. Well, that's what we have to do. But back to basics for society is the family table. It's known fact that people who eat together are more connected. It teaches so many things, from children learning how to converse, knowing that they've got a support system. So all of these things put together are so critical to our physical health and our mental health and our emotional health. So this is my mission, to revive the Rossetto effect. So if you want to join me, join my Back to the Table movement, because that's what it's all about. We have to get back to the table.
Thank you. We're gonna talk after this.
Yes, we
All
are.
right. Next, I have Margarita Krusking, who is a seasoned wellness expert and dynamic speaker specializing in the integration of mental fitness into the modern wellness programs. With over 2 decades of experience, Margarita merges her expertise in economics and development with a profound passion for holistic health. In your lifestyle medicine coaching, you integrate both timeless wisdom and modern science to promote optimal health. Could you explain the principles of Ayurvedic and discuss how these ancient self-care practices can serve as effective strategies for managing stress in today's fast-paced world?
I would love to, Mary. Thank you so much. And it is such a pleasure to be here in this circle of seasoned healers and heart-centered leaders. And Dorina, I have to come to Pennsylvania. That just sounds like so exciting. I love that idea. And thank you for the question. It is near and dear to my heart, and an expression of my continued evolving knowledge and experience of what it means to be healthy. So when we're talking about, stress, the idea of stress and health and wellness and how do we connect back to nature, I go back to my initial inquiry and experience of being truly healthy. So I was a former executive consultant, Fortune 100, working for the big four accounting consulting firms. And then, as always, when we pivot, something happens in our life to cause us to pause. And in my instance, it was my husband being sent to Iraq for the war early in 2003. So in this space, this gap of transitioning, I discovered this beautiful book. And if you're like me, I love books. I live books. And I discovered Dr. Deepak Chopra, his book, Perfect Health. I've read it. You see all my notes and everything. I live and love the wisdom from this book, which of course he garners and shares information from what you shared about what is Ayurveda. So coming from this very Western view of what is health or the absence of disease, I dove in heart and mind to learn what is Ayurveda. And now it's my passion to kind of share this, to awaken this ancient wisdom for all of us, so that we feel more empowered, more connected to actually being the solution providers to our own health. And when we experience dis-ease, by really going back to nature. So if I may just take a minute to share the genesis of what is Ayurveda. So many people here in America, especially, there's over 35 million people, according to the American Journal of Yoga, that talks about how many people actually practice yoga. So about 35 million people practice yoga regularly. So they're very aware of sort of this idea of the mind-body connection and how amazing it feels to actually breathe and be embodied in the physicality of our breath and body and mind. And so Ayurveda, which is a word from the ancient healing language of Sanskrit, means the science of life, or the wisdom of the life cycle. And it was created or discerned by ancient healing men who would be visiting the natural forests and caves and mountains, and would discern the truths of what it is for us as human mind-body beings to live in harmony with nature, the rhythms of the seasons, the elements of the earth and the water and the fire and the air and the space. And so in the intimate understanding and embodying this knowledge and connection of how we can either thrive or be at dis-ease with our surrounding elements in nature, there came to be this body of knowledge. So this knowledge was initially passed down. Can you imagine? Just like we're collecting here in these sacred circles. It was passed down just by telling stories and short sentences known as sutras that conveyed very powerful information and guidance on how we can feel better in the mind, how we can nourish our bodies with the healing herbs and fruits and everything from the forests, and what is good in our social connections around our stone tables at the time, right? And so the idea is, how can we get back to nature by putting ourselves back in the driver's seat? Or maybe now we're in the spaceships, right? So putting ourselves in the spaceship landing captain's seat, where we say we are in command of how we are going to decide what nourishes us the most. And so what I love the most about Ayurveda, and I think why it is so important, so this 5,000-year-old science of wisdom, of how we live, tells us a few very important things. Number one is it helps to answer one of the soul questions, which is, who am I? Beyond the labels of our jobs, whether we're male or female, or the role in our family or community, but at an essential essence of our being, as an energetic vibration, as an expression of our full consciousness. And so understanding that, we use the qualities and characteristics in all of the 5 elements that I mentioned: the space, the air, the fire, the water, and earth. So if you can imagine 5,000 years ago, the understanding, so at such a high level that the development of the Vedas, the spiritual scriptures, are still relevant today. So more importantly, they really help us by reconnecting us back to the body. So when we can know who we are as an elemental being, we know our characteristics, and we can then decide to determine what is good for me. So when we ask the second question, what do I want? So what do we want right now in life? Do we want a better job? Do we want to find that special person? Do we want to be healthier in our body? When we know what we want, how do we decide? So my friends, now that we are in the post-information era, we are now at a point where we are no longer able to fully digest life. Can you really connect with that? You can post a yes in the chat to just say, yes, I feel like I can't take it all in. The information that's coming from me, the way that it's being demanding. Thank you, Cindy, for posting that. Yes. Just think of, we're becoming these serial routers, quickly coming in and quickly going out without doing the deep work. So let's not become living from the neck up only. Let's re-envision the vibrant health and vitality that we can experience for ourselves by knowing who we are through the science and lens of Ayurveda, and then having the mental wherewithal to have the courage and the insight on what will nourish us the best. And so I have this little demo here, this little dude, which I've been using for years in part of my talks. So with Ayurveda, it helps us to understand that we are not just this body, that if we come back to understand the magic, the information and energy that we get from all of the 5 senses, which become gateways to our inner pharmacy, as Deepak started to share in his work, it's like, how are we living now? We have this big head, and we're not really living with our bodies. So I am so excited because Ayurveda guides us to understand what is healthy, what is healing for me, and how can I be an active participant. Without this deep connection, my friends, this is what happens. Without our ability to really smell, we're not really paying attention to what we're smelling because we're bringing in all this fake fragrances, right? And we're kind of taking away the information and knowledge from that. And maybe we're not even really tasting very well because we eat so much processed food, so much salt and all this oils, bad oils, and we may not even be hearing. I'm going to leave one ear open because I want you to still listen. But most of us are so tuned out to so many things, right? And we don't really work from the heart. Most of our paths are shoulds. And so Ayurveda says, you know, when we're not connected to our heart, it's as if our hands are no longer, hold on a second, I need a little more effort here to remove the hands because they're really connected in there. So I'm going to take that away. And, you know, the last one to really show here is the eyes, because look at us. We use the eyes to really see, show us what's real in life. But what happens when we close our eyes and we go inward and we really connect back into that space? Our inner knowingness, we begin to expand into our true essence. And so by living fully plugged in, by reawakening all the senses, we come back to our fullness. And so Ayurveda is the right medicine for the right time in our distracted and numbed society, because we're just being bombarded by so much. So really, let me shorten it up because I know there's so many amazing more speakers here. But with Ayurveda, we look for symptoms of health. We create a language of wellness and we put you in the driver's seat because this is your individual curated journey. So I invite you to join me in my sessions to discover your soul blueprint and discover the power and courage of having this decision matrix for life. So Mary, thank you so much for the question, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm used to Toastmasters. I'm used to clapping for people when they stop talking. Alexi, welcome. And Alexi is our next expert, Alexi Bracey. Happiness matters. And Alexi is a happiness advocate, mentor, speaker, and primarily guiding youth to embrace self-confidence and self-worth for a positive, bright, and successful future. Alexi, how do you stay happy when everywhere you look, people are angry, complaining, and not smiling?
I totally agree with you. It's our environment, the way we were raised, and things that have happened in our life. So, for example, our happiness levels are determined 50% by genes, 40% by lifestyle, and 10% by habits. So, for example, 4-year-old little girl goes for a Sunday afternoon drives for ice cream and cookies with her grandfather. He's sick one Sunday, so he asked Grandma to take the little girl. So off the two of them go and come back in a couple hours, and she goes running up to Grandpa's room, who's still sick in bed, and Grandpa says, "How was that?" And she says, "We didn't see any horses, asses, sons of bitches, or tree huggers. It was really boring. All Grandma did was wave and smile." So as cute as that is, it's not really, because already she's been taught to look for the negative things rather than the positive things. So not everybody was blessed to live or have a happy person in their life, whether it was a parent, whether it was a grandparent, or whatever. So we learned the negativity through our upbringing. And of course, our society is everything is negative. We're complaining, we're blaming, we're shaming. So what I like to do is I like to start with me being happy first, and then that energy will resonate and I will feel a lot better with the people I talk to, impact especially our youth, because our youth has been impacted by our parents, by society, by school, by media. And, you know, there's anxiety, depression, suicide rates are through the ceiling. So I suggest for everybody, and including teaching your family, first thing in the morning when you get up, give yourself a hug. Everybody likes hugs, but we don't give ourselves a hug. We give other people a hug. So when you stand up, wrap your arms around you, and for 1 minute, hold that positive intent and say, "I am" statements. I am happy. I am kind. I'm a good mother. I'm a great pet owner. I'm going to write that book. I'm going to be on that summit, because it really raises the frequency and your vibration. And if you teach your kids to do that, initially they'll probably think it's really corny, but I tell you, they will feel so much better. And so teach your family your children to do kind things for other people for no apparent reason. You know, hold the door open for somebody. Offer to buy a coffee for the person behind you or a homeless person. And give a compliment to the school guard crosser. You know, we sort of forget these people, the school bus driver. You know, when somebody offers you a compliment or does something nice for you, you feel so much better. And then be grateful for the things that you have. You know, the fact that you have a school bus to go to school with, you've got food on the table, you've got water to drink, clean water, good food, a bed to sleep in. We forget all those things. And social media has such an impact on our youth and everybody across the board. Really streamline and watch what they watch, even though they may be 18 or 19, because the suicide rates among our youth, 18 to 20 plus, is where it is really very bad. And so really pay attention and try to do family things, even though it may sound corny, and maybe you've never done it before. Say to your family, I'd like to try this experiment for a week or 2 weeks and see how they really like to it. The happiness report for 2024 just came out, and it said, without a doubt, family dinners together make a big difference. Not you're sitting in the corner on texting and mom's doing something else and dad's doing something else. Families need community with connection with one another. I can't stress how important it is. And the same thing, you know, gatherings with relatives, and invite people that don't have families, because it makes a really big difference. Invite somebody for lunch who has lost a loved one. You know, offer to do something kind for a neighbor. Teach your family to do these kind things to make other people feel better. You know, for example, I use a lot of humor to make, because everybody likes a joke. I'm really big on jokes. It lowers cortisol, raises endorphins, the feel-good hormones, and laughter has been shown to promote longevity. And the guy will say to his wife, you know, I met this crazy woman at the dog park. She shared a joke, but it was really good. And so the story continues. So having said that, a bunch of porcupines decide that they're going to all live together for the winter because it's really cold and they need the body heat. And so they all huddle together and they're sharing one another's warmth, and after a while they start getting on each other's nerves and their quills are bothering them and they think, forget it, I can't handle this. I'm going to go on my own. So they all part company and they're all living on their own and they all freeze to death. So the moral of the story is you need that community, that social bonding, whether it's neighbors, friends, family. You just have to learn how to put up with the pricks. So having said that, commit every day to do one kind thing for somebody else and get your family to do the same thing, especially our youth. As much as corny as it'll sound, believe me, it will make a really big difference and impact in their outlook on their everyday activities.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Marina, we're back to you. How do you ride the ocean of emotions in your everyday life?
Wow, it's a big thing, especially I think I try to practice, and on a daily basis, I really try to find out what I'm feeling, how to manage my emotions, how to see them as an observer, and how to find out to be closer to sort of emotional regulation process, and how to be, because we all thought that as a healers, as a people who are close to understanding our emotions, that we need to process our emotions instead of pushing them down. And because just Margarita told us about Ayurvedic huge knowledge and science, which really shows us how putting emotions down, or things which is important in our senses down, we are just see potato head. And sometimes we don't want to be like this, right? And the strategy which I try to use on a daily life, and I think it's useful for me because I'm totally sure that I can't control which emotions triggered within me. But what I can do, I can with practice control the trajectories of these emotions. And the goal is to consider the messages which, for example, fear, anger, and anxiety are sending to me before shifting into some constructive, good emotional state. And again, smiling face and everything is nice and dandy. And strategy to manage this emotion can be, for example, what I'm doing in a daily life, apart from meditation and mindfulness techniques, it's I'm listening my favorite song and just singing up, and it helps a lot to shift my mind, to shift in some, for example, calming sounds, very effective, and everyone knows that they are helping us lowering blood pressure. For example, hearing birds or hearing some nature itself, and helps us to reduce an anxiety state and some paranoia and sometimes sense of smell of something, which helps us to jump into our childhood and show some signs of very nice and tasty bread which we experienced in our childhood, which my mom or grandma was prepared for us, right? And it's amazing what strategies we can develop for our daily, to improve our daily expertise in this area. And for example, if we jump into psychology, we can, as a coach, coaching is my hobby, and I love to have self-talks, addressing to myself, and to be a second person for myself and coach myself through in different times of stress. And for example, I love to encourage myself, like sometimes coaches encourage us, saying like, just do it. And I'm saying to myself, just do it. It will help people. It will help you. And another tool which I experience and really enjoy it is journaling. Journaling with creating space for myself to explore and understand triggers which sometimes trigger in me, and nuances which not allowing me to see them clearly without journaling. As a small things, I would like to just point them again: mindful meditation, journaling, music, exercises, mental distancing techniques, and expressive writing sometimes really help us to rescript our inner dialogue and to encourage ourselves to be effective, to create things which we are creating today, for example. And we are creating together these wonderful, healthy behavioral changes and life changes, maybe, or it may be helpful things which helps others to grow and change their behavior. Thank you, Marie, for your question.
Thank you, Marina. I'm lost. Dorina, I heard that you have a story that you feel exemplifies the importance of family meals in your own life.
Yes, I do. So, I am all about nutrition. I'm going to leave that to the others. And I do really push my back to the table movement. I feel like it is just truly a critical, it's critical for shaping all of our relationships, our families, and in our household, my husband and I and our 6 kids always ate at the table. So about 15 years ago, now actually about 18 years ago, we had a family tragedy. It was unfortunately a suicide. We lost my sister-in-law. And it was one of those things that, can either make or break you. And it broke us. It broke us for a while, but then it made us back later. So what happened was we went through a terrible time. It was, guy depression, which is, closed off, and woman depression, which is ranting, raving, lunatic, crazy woman. And we separated. My husband and I separated for 3 years. And it was a defining moment in our lives because it was a crazy time. It was horrible. We have 6 kids. We were the family that everybody looked at and said, wow, I want to have family like that. But here we were broken. What happened was, though, as it started in the very beginning, we were very separated. But what happened was he started coming home for dinner every Sunday to be with the kids, to keep things somewhat normal while he and I tried to figure our stuff out. Every Sunday, he was home for dinner. It was a piece of normal in our otherwise chaotic life at the time. And it wasn't something that we just started doing so that we could try to, so I could try to pull him because, when we first met, the first 3 things he asked me, are you Italian? Can you cook? Will you marry me? So that was always like at the center of our life, So it wasn't something I started doing to try to get him home. No, it was something we did because we always did it. It was part of our rituals, our life, our traditions. And so for him coming home on Sundays, it was normal. It was regular. It was what we did. And so when I looked back on those times, I realized that family dinner, that tradition that we had, was a lifeline for us. It was something that was that little fine thread that just held us on, that eventually pulled us back together. And I do attribute a real big part of that to that, because when you are sitting at the table and you're doing what you always do, if you start your life that way. So when I talk to young families and they're like, oh gosh, how do you do this? You have 6 kids. I only have 1 or I only have 2. And I'm like, listen, it's all the same. After 2, you chase the youngest and you yell at the rest. But anyway, I digress. So the thing is, though, it's that when you start this tradition, it becomes a normal and it becomes a comfort. We always celebrate with food. If someone has a baby, you take them food. If someone dies, you take them family food. If you're having a, graduation, you celebrate with food, a wedding with food. The number one thing you talk about is the food. But what is the food? The food is the tool that brings us to the table. And what do we do there at the table? We connect, we commune, we talk, we whine and complain. We show, we complain about things at work or school. We talk about the great thing that happened, and so that's one of the things that to me is so empowering. I have such a great time showing people how to do this. Unfortunately, we've fallen out of the habit. I know so many people who their kids eat in their bedrooms. They take their dish to their room. If you say that to somebody in Italy, and by the way, I'm not in Pennsylvania, I'm in Italy, just so you know, I'm actually in the original Roseto here. But if I tell somebody that here, they are, what? It's a terrible, terrible thing. They're like, oh my God, you're kidding me. It's a disrespect for the family. It's a disrespect for the food, because here there's so much respect for the food. So, when you have that kid sitting in front of you across the table, and it is what you always do, but he's feeling, look at maybe little Johnny's looking a little glum today. And you're like, hey, what's the matter? Why are you looking down today? Oh, somebody was mean to me at school, or I failed a test. Well, guess what? You failed a test in math? Oh gosh, I suck at math too. Let's get you a tutor. I've just made him feel better because mom's not good at math either, number 1. And we're going to fix it. I'm getting a tutor. That kid that was giving you a hard time, let's invite him over after school tomorrow. We'll make some cookies or do something, because a lot of times that bully needs love too. And they have even probably a worse problem than the one being bullied to start with. So there's so many things in society that can come back to the table. And so when we do that, and when we can see that in front of us, but if that same kid is in their bedroom in front of a TV or a computer or their phone, looking or talking and scrolling and looking at other things that are miserable, and they're there by themselves, they're just going to go further and further down. I looked up some studies at one point, and I looked, and one of the ones I found was that the top 2 common denominators, and I'm going to go a little extreme, but the top 2 common denominators for school shooters was mental illness and broken families. Well, mental illness isn't always chemical. It's often situational, coming from that family dynamic. So what do we do? If we can fix that, imagine if we could stop big, horrible things like that just by the act of eating together. So it's a start. What I love doing is I teach people how to cook for the sake of getting them back to the back to the table. And it's about whether you're cooking together or you're serving it together. And there's a lot of tips and tricks that you can do if you're not in the habit or you never were in it. I know people who didn't even grow up this way, but I did. I feel fortunate, and that's why I feel really blessed to be able to share this with people, because I started teaching people how to cook since I was 19. So, and I'm here now to help you, do those same things, cook and converse with your kids. Because we have a family group chat on our cell phone with the 8 of us that spins all day, every day, because we are all over the world. I've got kids in California, Colorado, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, and we're in Italy. And you know what? We are so connected. People, I hate saying people are jealous, but they are. I know where all my kids are at every minute, and I've got a bunch of them. So start at the table and it goes from there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful. Yes. Maggie, where'd it go? Okay, so we just have 10 minutes left, and I want to touch on the question that was in the chat. So, Maggie, in the context of evolving health and wellness trends, how can individuals better adapt their routines to enhance emotional well-being?
Thank you for that question. And so enjoying all of these wonderful discussions. And I love the idea of all of us being around the table, sharing this wisdom, sparking the wisdom for each of us on our paths. And that is such an amazing question for us. And I really am honored to think about how can we pivot to wellness? So the idea is, first of all, to remember that we are limited in our ability to focus. We are now at the mercy of so many distractions. So how can we set reminders or set up rituals of health that automatically connect us with empowered ways to stay in tune with nature, to honor our unique mind-body constitution? So in my sessions, I always start not with the symptoms of illness or a sense of dis-ease, but who is this mind-body composition? Who is this person, this being, this essence? And by knowing who is showing up, and as we converse and we start to share, we can create sort of this pathway that is personalized based on both universal needs of the body, of the mind, of the universal stressors, and an understanding with compassion of what is the one step that we can take, focusing on the win, what's important now, avoiding the overwhelm and putting ourselves again in that driver's seat to say, what can I do so that I can feel that I am empowered, following this path in life that has heart and where I can make the most impact? So taking the science from the emerging fields of lifestyle medicine, which focuses on evidence-based guidance on what works to help us stay more dis-ease free and to make those healthier choices. And then knowing that we're all unique. I would love everyone to understand how unique and precious you are. And by really owning that, we become the authors of our own life. So getting our wellness journal, being inspired on what next actions we can take, whether it's food or sleeping or eating healthier, nutritious seasonal fruits and vegetables, or our social relationships. And then to be able to take action and to be supported, to feel that we are riding and experiencing this time together in this container of social connection and support. So I really encourage people to find out who are they as an essential energetic being, getting really curious of what are my tendencies, who am I at my core, and how does that pivot me? How does that really set me up to thrive in a unique way? And in this way, we can then start looking for symptoms of health. In Ayurveda, we call these ojas. These are drops of nectar, of symptoms that we know that we are on the right path because we feel good. We exude our health and vibrancy. And we can also look out for the ama, the ways that we're not able to fully digest, whether it's our food or the thoughts in the head or our life in general. And so by finding more of this neutral, enlivened path, we reach more of a sattvic state, which is more in harmony with nature. So the mind is right now a filter that is being overwhelmed. And I encourage everyone to connect and let's explore the 5 sheaths that we can explore to unwrap ways that we may feel overwhelmed. We may feel stuck. We may feel doubtful or uncertain. And so with my soul blueprint, we go into that. We uncover the beautiful soul gems that are waiting for us to uncover. And in Ayurveda and yoga, it's about expression. If we can more fully express who we are in our skills, talents, unique energies, we come most fully alive. And that's my greatest wish for everyone, is to connect to that source of power that we can then ignite to then do our great work. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Marvelous. Alexi, our happiness advocate. What got you into the happy mode, and were you born that way?
I was sort of always on the happier side that I'm aware of, and especially when I go back on my past Facebook posts, from 5-10 years ago. I was always happy back then. So I don't know how it really happened. Like I said before, part of it is genetics, but it is definitely a skill that you can develop when you start focusing on the good things you have in your life. I experienced several setbacks. I was diagnosed with cancer more than 20 years ago, and without medical intervention, drugs, or surgery, I was cured. I cured myself. It was my mindset, and I knew I was going to make a difference for myself. And then lo and behold, people started asking me, teach me what you did. And then when I saw how happy people were and the results and the pleasure I got, it sort of escalated my degree of happiness, I guess you could say. And then I had another unfortunate accident that ended my one career. And so I thought, okay, what am I going to do now? But I had already at this point determined or learned that I had the gift to share jokes. And so because I like to make people happy. And so then Marcy Shimoff's program fell into my lap, Happy for No Reason. And I thought, a perfect fit for me. And so now I thrive on helping people see the happy side of life. And if there's anything negative in your life, there's always a lesson there. Like for me, the lesson with my cancer was it shifted the direction of my life. Christopher Reeves said that the happiest 3 months of his life were his last 3 months because of his research in spinal injury. He was able to help so many people. The lady, unfortunately, who lost her daughter to drunk driving, started MAD. I mean, unfortunate accident, but she has helped and made other people happy by informing them, about the perils of drunk driving and how it can affect your family. So it's just something that I really thrive on doing now. I used to be a chef, so I used to make these little heart-shaped treats, gluten and dairy-free, and I'd hand them out to people, saying a little happiness in your tummy. I'd go to coffee shops and I'd see a couple or 3 or 4 people sitting there, and I'd say, kind of put a chuckle in your heart, and I'd share a joke. And so I really thrive on that, just putting a smile on people's faces and telling a joke or saying something funny. I mean, everybody can say something funny or even a one-liner. I sort of take it to the other degree. When somebody opens the door for me, and assuming it's a younger person, I'll say, "Is your mother still alive?" And most times they say yes. Well, I say to them, well, tell them she did a good job. So he smiles, and then he goes and tells his mother, and his mother smiles. And if it's a person that's older than me, then I'll say, is that age before beauty? Again, make them smile. So you never know how that little thing that you do that makes a person's smile may be that thing that was really what they needed that day. Because I've heard of stories where people were going to end their life, and it was just that one trigger, that one thing that changed it all around. So I really thrive on making people happy because we all need a little bit of happiness in our lives. You know, we live in such a tumultuous world, and just really start learning to appreciate things that you have that people always forget about. We never know what our strengths are or what kind of impact we have on another. So write yourself a thank you note for the good things that you have done for yourself and for other people, and you will be amazed. Send a card to a stranger, offer to buy flowers, offer to take somebody's dog for a walk. That makes people happy, and it really, think, oh, somebody really still cares about me. There's just little things you can do. Get people to write a note for you saying what they like about you. Like, don't be shy and reciprocate, do the same thing. What makes you happy about me, or vice versa? Like, because we all have strengths. And then with your children, get them to do things that they enjoy, not social media stuff, not on the phone, but whatever their talents or their skills are, really promote it. We have this concept that every kid should go to university and get a degree. So what? What if you want to be an artist? What if you want to be a sports person? Like, really encourage your children to do things that make them happy. But like, the big stress has been do things as a family, because then your kids will have those memories when they grow up that we did things with our families, and it really makes a big difference. And so, just in closing, I'd just like to say one more thing. A 4-year-old boy goes up to his dad and says, "Dad, I know who I'm going to marry. So who's the lucky girl? It's Grandma. She loves me. She's a great cook, and she's an awesome storyteller." "Well, there's a bit of a problem, son." "What's that, Dad?" "You can't marry my mother." "Why not? You married mine."
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. When I go for walks, I try to see how many people I can say hi to or get to wave to me. If they're looking at me from their car, I'll wave to them, and that's one of my little games. So we learned about living healthy through Ayurvedic. We need to eat together as a family, or even inviting friends, right? Meditating is good, and be happy. So enjoy your day. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to our panelists for their input. Wonderful getting to know each of you more. And thank you. Back to, is it Peggy or Cindy? Who's taking over?
I think Peggy is taking over.
Well,
Okay.
thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Make sure
That-
you ate dinner at the
Thank
table
you.
today.
What a hard act to follow. This is terrific. Oh my goodness. Everybody was wonderful. My name is Dr. Peggy Gleason, and I'm going to be moderating the nutrition portion of this summit. And I'm very excited because I get to introduce some really amazing, amazing people. I think we're going to begin with Nancy Lee Bentley. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Nancy. I mean, everybody's so amazing that you're going to be blown away. Nancy has several pages here. She's known as the gutsy lady. And you always say that gutsy lady, that's Nancy. And she is a holistic nourishment expert and a true pioneer in the true pioneer of the organic movement, excuse me. She's had over 5 decades of experience. She's a chef, has cooked for celebrities. You wouldn't believe some of the people she's cooked for. She's co-authored wellness books, mentored countless people in her path to healing, and her energy is infectious. She's always laughing and having a great time in her life. But she's here to help people eat better, feel better, and reconnect with your true self. So, Nancy, welcome, welcome, welcome. We cannot hear you, Nancy.
Oops, sorry. Thanks very much, Peggy. It's wonderful to be here. What a great group. So grateful for this coming together here and the connections we're making and helping people with. So thank you for doing this.
Oh, not at all. I'm going to be starting with your questions, and if you give me just
Okay.
a moment, I'll pull them up. What I have. Let me see here. Sorry. Okay. Forgive me. I had this all set up.
Oh, that's all right. We know about tech. That's tech is our challenge. We just have to,
I know. You know,
right?
it's funny. I had everything so organized here like I usually do. And of course, when it comes time, you know, there's always a glitch somewhere. But you know, you had given me some wonderful ideas to question you. And I'm excited about that. And I'm just looking for your questions here.
Well,
I kn-
actually, what we were, what we were talking about and what we and Marina and I talked about in our recorded interview was about how crazy this world is now, how
yes.
wild, it's just how chaotic and crazy and stressful it is. So, so here's the question. Everybody is like, I don't know anybody that's not really stressed now, no matter what. And it's an opportunity, certainly. However, how do we, how can we actually maintain and be healthy and sane in this kind of a world? And what I was saying, one of the questions I get with clients a lot is like, okay, well, things are such a mess now and things are so stressful anyway. Does it really matter what I even eat? Right? Isn't that
Exactly.
sound familiar? Because it's like, oh, well, it's such a mess. I can't, but the thing is, so the question is, does it really matter what I eat? And, really, I mean, I think if we listened to our bodies more, we would get more of an answer. But, we're very distracted by what's going on outside and in the world and everything, getting pulled into that. But, the reality is that we're all dealing with the same stuff, whether you're in Russia, like Marina in Siberia, or whether you are here in the States or in North America, whatever, we're all dealing with the same thing. So what can we do to make it through this? Just, admitted transitional time, crazy time. So I do say, and the work that I do as a holistic nourishment expert is based in food, okay? Because food, okay, your physical vehicle, your physical body is your vehicle this time, and you got to be grounded in it. That is your foundation. You have to put fuel in your car, only we have a little more definitive requirements for food, for fuel, meaning we need a variety of foods. So it does make a difference what you eat, even in stressful times. And I know everybody on this panel knows that as well and talks about this because, okay, when it's really stressful and really tough, what do? We tend to reach for the worst foods, the most unhealthy foods, the ones that are the addicting, the processed foods, the fried foods, the high fat foods, all of these things that really actually make it worse for us. Okay. They add to stress. They add to our inflammation, which is foundation of so many of the problems that we've got now with chronic disease. And they actually produce they produce the bad kind of things like trans fats. You hear about that in don't eat trans fats. What trans fats are high in these processed foods, and they're the ones that really exacerbate, your inflammation, your irritation to your system. And so if we could eat healthier foods instead of these, then we could be, we could calm ourselves and we could have a more resilience to get through the really great, really, horrible stuff that's happening. Seriously, it can make you feel calmer, especially your nervous system. We can talk about that a little bit more.
Well, I love the fact that you talked about foods and chaos. So the next person I'd love to introduce, and this is a very unique perspective from our next guest, Dr. Zelda Okia. She's a forensic pathologist turned life and weight loss coach. Isn't that cool? Known for saying she's transitioned from death into life, Dr. Zelda brings powerful insight from decades of examining the causes of death to now helping people make life-affirming choices. Her personal journey with weight gain and transformation gives her coaching relatable, compassionate edge with her deep understanding of how decisions impact our health. Dr. Zelda is on a mission to show how incredible life can be when we take control of it. So welcome, Dr. Zelda. And I think you're also known as Dr. Z, correct?
Thank you. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, everyone.
Oh,
Yes, Dr. Z, aka Dr. Z.
and
Dr. Z, I kind of sort of pegged that from, if you remember Dr. G, medical examiner. So I'm Dr. Z, medical examiner.
that's so cool. Lovely. We love it. So I have a question for you. As a busy woman, we are already doing the balancing act between work and family and so many other responsibilities. How does intermittent fasting make life easier, not harder? And I think there's a lot of people who are dying to hear your spin on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And you do mention intermittent fasting. I do have a book coming out, Intermittent Fasting for the Busy Professional Woman, because I'm a busy professional woman. And I want to say, Dorina, intermittent fasting does not take away from you sitting at the table with your family. You might just choose not to eat. And it'll probably promote a discussion about why you're doing that. And it doesn't have to be accusatory or say that anybody's doing anything wrong. You could simply say, I'm choosing not to eat because it makes me feel better, something like that. So keeping the focus on yourself and not on others. But yes, that is a very common theme, is like, is this how to make this? That's why I wrote the book. So I'm like, intermittent fasting really does make life so much easier. And I am a testament to that. Prior to intermittent fasting and even prior to me losing my weight, I used to always be thinking about food, what I'm going to eat, when I'm going to eat. I would eat cereal in the morning. 2 hours later, I'd be at work, but I'm getting hungry again. So then I'd have to think, oh, I want to eat something. And then I would go and get a snack or a coffee, put sugar. That was before all of my sugar and flour and all of learning more about health. And then I would get a snack, mid-morning snack, and then I would go for lunch at the cafeteria, at the hospital cafeteria, which always doesn't have the healthiest choices, usually some carb heavy thing. And then a couple hours later, I'm hungry again. And then at the end of the day, I'm tired, but now I got to think about what am I going to eat? Now, granted, I was single most of the time. I was a late bloomer. I got married at 47. So yes, there is hope after. After 47, you can still get married. Anywho, so I was spending a lot of time and mental energy thinking about food. And when I first started I worked with, I was listening to her podcast. I was listening to a podcast of my mentor coach, and she's the one that inspired me to become a coach. I trained under her program. But I remember her saying, really thinking about and cutting out sugar and flour. And I was like, but cereal is all made in flour. How am I going to stop eating cereal? Well, then there was intermittent fasting. And I was like, oh, I don't even have to eat breakfast. Oh, that gets rid of that right there. So with me, intermittent fasting has been much easier to manage because I only deal with 2 meals and even sometimes only the one meal. Lunch is my biggest meal. and then I may decide to have a lighter dinner. So I can still have dinner with my family. And I also love the flexibility of fasting, because some days my husband, we like to meet with other family members, usually around brunch. So 10, 11 o'clock. I normally don't eat till maybe noon or 1. But on those days, if I know it's coming up, I may decide to eat, have dinner, my dinner the night before, have that earlier, and then I'll start my eating window earlier on that day, so I can still be there and enjoy being part of the family. So that's what another thing that I enjoy about it. But there's actually less meal prep with intermittent fasting, because I already know ahead of time what I'm going to eat. Now, I do tend to kind of eat the same thing, but if I have fewer decisions about what I'm going to eat, that also gives me more time to spend researching what other foods might I like to experiment with and try, and what spices I can add to my meals too, and how can I improve, if I'm working out, which I do work out now, and I'm working on strength training, right? Because that's so important as women. As we get older, we want to maintain our muscles, and our ability to do things and prevent hip fractures and those type of things. And so it's important to make sure that I'm getting the proper nutrients, and it is possible to get the proper nutrients even while you're following an intermittent fasting plan. And that's why nutrition is so important while you're pursuing intermittent fasting. So that's some of the ways that actually intermittent fasting makes life easier and not harder for busy professional women who are juggling family and work responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Oh, Dr. Z, that's so interesting. I know a lot of people are going to be waiting for that book to come out. So you got to keep us in tune. And the next guest that I'm going to introduce is Dr. Brandon Shumway. He's an allopathic trained physician, dual board certified in family and preventive medicine, passionate about his lifestyle and integrative medicine and practices. He'd had a primary care practice for underserved people. He loves foraging, gardening, cooking, parenting, and growing mushrooms, and educating people about plant and fungi-based nutrition and medicine. And I'm dying to listen to you, Dr. Shumway. Oh my goodness. My first thing that we're probably all curious about, and welcome, number one.
Thank you.
What are nature's best weight loss medicines? Gosh, there's a lot of medicines out there to help people lose weight, like Ozempic and Wegovy and all those. So you must have a little secret we don't know about.
Well, so it's interesting because a lot of patients come to me in a physician's office. They're asking about medicines. They want the Ozempic, they want the Wegovy, and those medicines fall in this category of medicines called GLP-1 agonists. So that's our glucagon-like peptides. And I got because this came up so often, and a lot of times people can't get access to those medicines because of cost, or just are wary about some of the side effects that can come with these strong pharmaceuticals, are looking for natural alternatives. And so that was kind of what prompted me to figure out, like, well, what are those receptors even doing? Let's look into this a little bit more and learn about what those receptors are meant to do in with our food, with nature, and why do we even have those, and why are we not? Maybe there's something we can learn from the fact that these are very effective weight loss tools. So I was like, all right, so let's figure out, are there other things that are being used to do the same thing? And the first studies I ran into, there was this product called CaloCurb that was it's made from hops. Hops is the herb that they use to like flavor beer, but it's also been used in herbalism or herbal medicine for thousands of years. Has some cool like hormonal effects, but one of the things is it's just intensely bitter. So if you've ever had hops, it's a very bitter herb. And we kind of know instinctively, like if you taste something that's bitter, it's not very appetizing. It feels like, oh, I don't want to eat a whole lot now because of this bitter taste in my mouth. But there's something physiologic that's happening when we intake bitter plant compounds, and it does the same thing that those GLP-1 agonists like Wegovy and Ozempic do. So it's very interesting to me as we see this kind of shift in our food system. We've just kind of over the years and over the centuries of selecting foods, we've been selecting out the bitter compounds out of our foods. And a Brussels sprout today is not the same thing as a Brussels sprout from 40 years ago, because we've just been selecting for sweeter and sweeter varieties of these foods, and we take out all these medicinal bitter compounds. And then we add all the sweeteners. So sugar does the opposite of the glucagon-like peptides, and so they cause obesity. So a lot of the obesity that we see in America is because of sugar. But we're also, there's at the other end of that spectrum is we're also losing these bitter medicinal plant compounds. And it's not just hops. So that was just one of a lot of the research that's done is around these specific products, and I have no association with them. But as I was training in herbalism, I started to realize there's a lot of bitter herbs. There's a lot of bitters that we can use. And probably the most accessible ones are just leafy green vegetables. A lot of leafy green vegetables still have some of that bitter taste, especially ones like arugula or parsley. If you go out on your front lawn, you might just find some dandelion. That's a wonderful, bitter herb, and it's also very medicinal. But these are nature's medicines. These are the things that our ancestors had a lot more of in their diets. And so as we're kind of reducing our intake of sugar and reintroducing things like these leafy green vegetables and bitter plants that come from these wild tasting foods, we get a lot of that same effect. And the difference between that and the pharmaceuticals is it just lasts for a few hours, so people get their appetites back. You're not suppressing it for like a week at a time, and so you're not causing some of like the problems and the side effects that come with those types of medicines. So you can listen to your body and have this more adaptive relationship with food. And as we relearn how to include those bitter compounds into our lives, into our food, then we can kind of restore that balance.
This is so fascinating. Boy, everybody's going to want to ask you like a million questions. The next guest, thank you. I can't wait till we come back for all these other questions here. I am very privileged to introduce Cindy Ann Olson. And Cindy is the founder of the Natural Health Collaborative, which is representing all of us. Cindy's a natural health lifestyle innovator and a 14-minute healthy meal master. Wow, 14 minutes, everybody. Whether you're an expert or want a larger impact or eating a healing lifestyle journey for yourself and community, Cindy is the go-to. She's an author, speaker, course creator, pain relief specialist, and the 14-minute 14-minute healthy meal maven. Say that 10 times fast. Whose expertise helps you find natural healthy foods quickly for your personalized wellness. Save time, save money, and your health while creating delicious and healthy meals that fit easily into your busy life. Oh my goodness, we surely need you, Cindy. I'm so privileged to introduce you.
Well, thank you very much.
We have some really good questions here. How can you have one good meal a day really quickly?
So I didn't think that anyone in the country had a question, and that's what's for dinner. Because I've been cooking and I've been eating, and I was always like, wow, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? In a very excited way. And because I have a neurological disorder that my family also has, my mother really wasn't able to cook a regular dinner. So I took that over when I was really quite young. But I also had a lot of school and I had chores to do after work and school and I was always very busy. So I had to make, 3-course dinner every night. And I've had to learn ways, methods to make it easier. So I never thought anyone had a difficulty with that question, what's for dinner? And I learned over my lifetime that yes, that's a big problem for people. So people, pick up pizza on the way home. And I figured if I could make food and teach other people a simple method of basically assembling things, it was going to solve a lot of problems. And we have talked about intermittent fasting. I'm not saying that you have to have dinner at a specific time. I'm not saying that you have to only eat only greens, right? Yes, I think it's really good to incorporate them. I went out this morning, right? I start my day off with this is right from my front yard. Um, I love dandelions. Now, dandelions came to America as the original lettuce of, the people bringing them from England. They didn't have all these varieties of lettuce that are so sweet. Now, it's very easy to grow lettuce. So I go out and I pick my breakfast. But I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to stop wasting food. Eat what's in your refrigerator. Start from the ingredients. Don't get a recipe and say, I'm going to make it tonight and find out that it has 15 ingredients and then you're not going to be able to get it. I'm asking you to get off ultra processed food. It's going to be more expensive, but it's not, your body is not able to break it down. It's not what you eat, it's what you can digest. Okay? And if you eat a Twinkie, you know, it might have been on the shelf for 10 years, but the Twinkie will still be fine. But you can't break that down. I had to stop eating Doritos. Why? Because I was addicted to them. Right? How many people start the day out with soda? So the 14-minute meal method is very simple, but it can actually change your life because you can eat whole foods, right? And I'm not asking you to cook it yourself. I'm asking you to find it. You can grow mushrooms in your closet. So you don't tell me that you can't create something. All right? Plants are abundant. I give away hundreds of nasturtium seeds, but I also use the green nasturtiums like I would use any kind of caper. It's a good substitute. I use the leaves for pesto. So there's lots and lots of things that you can learn. I'm not asking you to do it all at once. I'm asking you to end eating ultra processed food, which is expensive and not helpful. I'm asking you to use takeout less. And I'm also asking you to make one change at a time. Don't try it all at once. You know, we all know what we need to do. Don't be confused by the latest food fad. Remember when kale was a thing? Well, kale is still a thing, but you can find out what your body likes. So I say start with a flour. If you've never eaten a flour before, first of all, find out where that flour has been. All right. You want to make sure that it's in a healthy place. Right. And you also want to just take one petal. Okay. Eat it, experience it, wait 20 minutes, see how you feel. Okay. And you really have to make sure you know how to identify. And most people know you can eat rose petals, right? But you're not going to want to go to a public garden necessarily and eat rose petals because you don't know if they've been sprayed or not. So you need to know whether they've been sprayed by our friends, the dogs, or with pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides. So think about eating widely and making it simple for yourself.
Oh, Cindy, we're learning so much from you. Wow. But to watch you eat a flower is really fun. I have not done that yet. That's awesome. Awesome. So I'm going to swing back to Nancy. I'm going to ask her another question. And that is when we were talking about the kinds of foods that can help you get better from the stress or make it worse, which is interesting. So tell me what kind of foods are, or what some of the foods that can reduce stress, calm your nervous systems, and help you feel better.
Well, we've got a wide variety actually of, of foods that are available to us, and depending on where we are, but as we say, we can even grow some of these. But you know what, if we can overall emphasize, not like just eat this, don't eat that, you know, you don't have to get to that level. Just use a guideline of eating whole, nutrient rich, diverse, colorful, natural food. Got a rainbow of fruits and vegetables. As I say to kids, you can't be healthy unless you're eating your fruit and vegetables, okay, right? I mean, we need a variety of foods, but sorry, but the emphasis on the healthy, natural foods is really key. And that is to support both our nervous system, but also our gut. And you've probably, your gut or your intestinal tract, that is kind of, we call that the ringmaster of your body. The key things that really help us or support the gut are actually natural food, including foods that are rich in this variety of nutrients in natural foods. They have everything they need, including especially the fiber, because our nervous system, our gut requires prebiotic and postbiotic and probiotic fiber in order to be healthy. There's a whole, everything is connected. It's really amazing. It really is how everything is interconnected. When you get down to it, your gut might be the ring, your gut, your gastrointestinal tract, your food factory, but it also is connected to your mental, your emotional, your physical, and even your spiritual health. So we call that the gut is like the ringmaster. But if you can take care of your gut and have a healthy gut by eating healthy, natural foods, and especially things like, well, you know, all the polyphenol, as we call them, rich, the antioxidant rich produce like blueberries and leafy greens and vegetables, and your colorful root vegetables, your healthy fats like olive oil and, well, and natural fats, avocado and so forth, and then beverages like coffee and tea. These are all plant-based. Most of them are plant-based foods, right? That's a key, plant-based foods. If you can emphasize and give your body the plant-based diet and incorporate in intermittent fasting and some of these other things, you're going to give yourself a solid foundation for eating healthy. And as Cindy and a bunch of us know, it doesn't have to, you don't have to spend all day in the kitchen, right? There's lots of ways to shortcut eating healthy. For example, I will make shakes in the morning and drink. I don't have, we want to be able to consume food when our system is in rest and digest mode. That's the parasympathetic nervous system, not the driving one. We have the list. I got to get this done, get the culture we're in, but resting and giving our body a break, an opportunity to digest food. So those kinds of foods that will support, including, we call them high choline foods like eggs, sunflower seeds. Of course, you can do organ meats and beef and chicken and so forth. If you're doing, especially look for organic, if you're going to do that kind of stuff. Fish is another. But things like red potatoes and kidney beans and quinoa, like, you can't go wrong with the healthy natural foods. And there are ways, as we know, as chefs and as nutritionists and practitioners, that there are lots of ways to get healthy food fast, and it doesn't have to be a big deal. Your attitudes, of course, make a big difference. But this is a big topic, right? But start with trying more of the try a vegetable you haven't tried before, and check it out. And we do a lot of one dish meals, like Cindy talks about, shakes, and listen to your body. In the summer, you want to eat healthier, fresh food. Listen to your body, probably wanting salads, not wanting a lot of hot food. Whereas in the winter, at least I do, I want to warm, comforting foods to give me more energy and more support. So anyway, there's lots to this, but start geared toward the nutrient dense natural foods, and organic and local if you can do it.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Nancy, a wealth of information. Dr. Z. I love saying Dr. Z. That's so cool. I have another question for you. I've heard that intermittent fasting can negatively affect women's hormones. So, we want to know, how safe is it for women, especially those with demanding, we're busy, we're demanding careers and family obligations. Is it safe?
Yes, absolutely. Now, there is a lot, this is a big conversation, and we're not talking about extremes, no extreme fasting or extreme dieting that can affect women's hormones, but done properly with proper nutrition and really listening to the body. That's what I really love about intermittent fasting, is that you can customize it. And it does kind of not necessarily force you, but it does encourage you to listen to your body and see how your body is responding to the changes that you're incorporating. And I always say, start slow. A 12-hour fast that incorporates, you're sleeping for the majority of that time, and then slowly increase your fasting windows. And definitely continue to monitor for women who are cycling, still having their menstrual cycles. It can help to look at where they are in their cycle, in the beginning of the menstrual cycle. That's a time where your body is preparing for ovulation. Your estrogen levels are starting to rise. That's actually a good time to maybe start fasting or incorporating your longer fastings, because your body is more in preparation mode for ovulation. And one thing that can really affect the delicate balance between estrogen and then progesterone. Progesterone is the other hormone that prepares your uterine lining for the implantation of the fertilized egg. But I'm going a little bit overboard here. But one thing that can really affect that delicate balance, and we see this in women who have polycystic ovary syndrome, who have, they often will have anovulatory, their bodies cannot ovulate properly, and they're having trouble getting pregnant. often starting to incorporate intermittent fasting, those periods of time where they can actually lower their blood sugar levels, they can actually go from an insulin resistant state to a more insulin sensitive state. And then their body naturally learns how to regulate and utilize the glucose and the food that they are taking in to use that properly so that their other hormones regulate and they are able to then go on and get pregnant, or their cycles get more regular. For myself, I'm in that perimenopause window, and I talk to a lot of women who really struggle through perimenopause into menopause. And I just have not had a lot of the issues that I hear from other women. And I attribute that to the intermittent fasting and really helping my hormones to regulate better. And I talk about mental clarity, all of those things. I am a testament to that they actually have helped me. It also helps with cortisol if we're talking about stress. Really, again, looking at the menstrual cycles, that week before your menstrual cycle starts, listening to your body, seeing how intermittent fasting affects that window, because that's the progesterone phase. So what I like about intermittent fasting is that it does get you to tune more into your body. It can definitely help with hormone regulation, as well as helping you to cope with and manage the stressors that you do have in your life as a busy professional woman who has many different responsibilities that have come upon her. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. This is so good for a lot of the younger women, especially going through all these changes with their hormones. I'd like to ask Dr. Shumway another question. And how can we learn what foods are best for ourselves?
Thanks.
You
I
are
think that's a
muted.
great question. I think
It
it
is.
dovetails really well off of after what Dr. Z was saying. How can you know what's best for your body? You listen to it. And so along the lines of like hormones, and most people are familiar with like, 5 or 6 hormones that we know about, like estrogen, testosterone, cortisol, like thyroid, but there are hundreds of hormones. And hormones are just chemicals that are sending your body a signal for something. And there are so many different signals that our body is receiving and sending all the time. And we have this, and they're not things people come into the doctor's office. The reason this comes up is people say they want their hormones checked because they've started to understand how important these hormones are for their health. And there are some clinical scenarios where that's helpful, but in most cases, I say, yes, we should check your hormones every single day. And you should do that by listening to your body and just kind of tuning in to your senses and what's happening, your internal organs. We have these senses that we have amazing capabilities of understanding what our body needs. And as we develop relationship with our food and with certain plants or with different ways of eating, or even like things like fasting or not eating, we start to understand that there are ways that we can respond to give our body what it needs. And if we listen, if we pay really close attention, our body will tell us. And it's going to be different for every person, and I think one of the biggest trip ups that people get in the nutrition space is you'll run into all these gurus or these teachers who have a specific way of eating or their diet plan. And if you just eat this way, then you'll be healthy. And it's just not everyone has those same needs, or somebody might have a lectin sensitivity and someone might have a gluten thing, or somebody might be able to eat more carbohydrates than another person, or have different levels of tolerance to different substances, or have different pathological chronic conditions that they're trying to manage. And so it's just so unique and personalized. And the miracle of our bodies is that it understands all of that much better than any person that any of these experts that you'll meet. And so your body knows what it needs. And if you have a doctor who's good, they'll try to help you listen to your body better, so that they and understand what it's saying, so that you'll be more articulate with symptoms. I get people all the time come in like, I got stomach issues. I'm like, can you be more specific? There's so much that could be going on there, but people just we don't have a way of like understanding or listening to our body, or like trying to fine tune our understanding of what those signals mean and what are some things that we can do in response to that. And so as people are working with plants or herbs, or trying to develop those relationships, it's also about developing that relationship with our own body and our own intuitive sense of health. So yeah, intuitive eating.
Oh, so
You're on mute, Peggy.
I thought I unmuted. We're going to have a lot of questions after this, but I want to get through all of the speakers, and then I'll go back to all the questions, because everybody's going to be curious about a lot of things. I see the questions coming in. I would like to go back to Cindy and ask her, this question was, what are good ways to find ingredients, and how can I overcome cooking anxiety?
Well, what I have really learned by working with people is that they really don't know how to actually find good food. They think, okay, well, I can go to Costco. And I mean, every time I've gone to Costco, I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's mostly non food, right? And you have to go search food there. Yes, there's some meat. Yes, there's produce. Now there's no eggs. But what is amazing is you got to say, okay, if you want to expand your diet, see if there's any local markets, right? And that includes farmer stands. And obviously, we have something in America called CSAs, community supported agriculture. And you can get things delivered by some farms, right? They have different ways to do it. But the important thing is that you make this fun. Finding food is fun. And I love to go to ethnic markets. I have learned about a different cuisine every year for decades. And the reason that I do that is because once you start to understand the ingredients, that another culture uses, you can expand your tastes and you can expand your health. I remember the first time that I had golden milk. I can eat dairy. My background is, Swedish on both sides. So we're cheese, dairy, butter, any of that. But they think about 70% of the world population is lactose intolerant. They can't have dairy. So, Dr. Shumway said it right. You got to be intuitive. You got to know what's working. Okay. If you eat, I know people that eat half a gallon of ice cream and then they wonder why, they're in the bathroom for a long time. I'm like, it's not just that maybe that's not a good idea, but that your body is going to tell you when there's something wrong. Okay. So make the finding of ingredients not every day, but make it, find out what's in your area that you can get, or you can go to the internet. You can order, right? Buffalo meat, right? You can order salmon from Alaska. You can go to where the producers are producing and you can find out their practices. They'll tell you about it and you can order. Now, I want you to think about protein as a condiment, right? We don't need, unless you're an athlete or unless you're, particularly sick, maybe you need to make some bone broth or something like that. We don't need as much protein as people think that they need. Okay. If you see a guy in a steak restaurant eating, basically over a pound of meat in one sitting, That's not necessary for his health. That's simply habit. Okay. So, what I'm saying to you is think about what you do on a regular basis, how you find the food. And that's the only kind of shopping that I do. And that's the only kind of shopping I enjoy. But I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to find out local markets, and you can share food with other people. So, someone, for example, is a gardener and has something that they have an abundance of. Get to know them. They're going to be happy. I don't have to have a lemon tree because so many people in my neighborhood grow lemons, right? Grow oranges, grow grapefruits. So I say, I'll give you some lettuce if you give me what? But most people are just happy to share.
That is such good information because I would imagine many people don't even think about that. Like, hey, you know, ask, share, barter, do whatever.
We need to
I
be in
am gonna,
community, right?
yes,
So make
yes,
use of your neighbors.
yes, absolutely. I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go back to Nancy again. So Nancy, I'd like to ask you, what are some of the other ways or the things you can do to nourish yourself better, especially during these stressful times?
Thanks, Peggy. Well, I always talk about I talk about food as important, but it's 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 not just what we're eating or putting into our bodies, but what nourishes us. Okay. And we tend to think about nourishment as just as a food-based thing. However, if you realize that we were talking about everything is connected, your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical are all connected, right? So whatever you're taking into your body is it nourishment, or is it irritating you? Is it undermining your health? So therefore, I say that nourishment is as important as the food, and eating food is really important, but how you're nourishing yourself. And of course, a lot of times I joke around a lot, of course, play on words. Is it what you're eating or what's eating you that's part of your problem? Because we can tend to get eaten, a lot of time we get eaten up with our feelings and our thoughts and all that. So anyway, things like just, again, calming down your nervous system with that, as we call it, the vagus nerve, the gut connection thereof, allowing your body to relax and have more space. So breathing is good, but I mean, breathing's always good for being a human being. However, if you do things like box breathing, where you're rhythmic breathing in and out and holding it, meditation is a really key thing where you can calm your nervous system down and have more space and peace. Yoga, exercise, music, gardening, even sunning outside, massage. These are things. I always talk about downtime, like the me to be time. I have to have time where I'm doing nothing. I have a to-do not list, and I have to have time doing rituals and having some a schedule for yourself that of nourishing yourself is really, I think, is really important, because as they say, hey, when you're on the airplane, what do they tell you? Okay, if there's a problem, put the mask on yourself first, and then put it on and help your family members, your kids, or whatever. Taking care of yourself with these other things, even having relationships. This is where I say we need community, and it's not rocket science if we have community around food and nourishment and connecting with each other, just like sitting down at the dinner table together. It's not just about the food, but it's that connection We are so hungry for connection. We're so hungry for disconnect is a big part of what's going on in the world. Anyway, so whatever, including singing, laughter. We do puzzles together and non-digital stuff as a family. And in the blue zones, they talk about ikigai. In other words, what is your purpose or your reason for living? Anytime you're plugged into that, that's going to be undermining, giving you more support and nourishment for your own health and well-being. Lots of things.
Awesome. Awesome. Oh, that's so good. I am going to go back to Dr. Z. And this question is, how can intermittent fasting actually help the productivity? Oh, this is good. And mental clarity. I love this question. Because a lot of people just, they just have that brain fog and it's really hard, and skipping meals, they feel like they're getting more of a brain fog. So that, if you could address that question, that'd be great.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I want to say, it's as busy professional women, it's easy to skip meals or forget to eat. I heard that a lot with several clients, like, oh, I forgot to eat today. And I was thinking to myself, how can you forget to eat? And then the second thing is, well, I was not necessarily saying this, but like, oh, you forgot to eat, but yet you're still overweight. But anyway, no. So what is different with intermittent fasting is that it's intentional. It's intentionally skipping meals. It's not just an accidental thing. It's not just, oh, I forgot to eat, or my workload was so heavy. Because when you're just randomly doing that, you're not properly fueling your body, for one, to prepare you to manage these unexpected periods where you may not be able to eat during your eating window. But then also, what happens is if you're randomly eating and not eating and skipping meals in a haphazard fashion, then what typically happens is at the end of the day, you might realize, oh, I forgot to eat. I better go eat, or I feel hungry all of a sudden. And then what do? You either go to the store hungry, and you're not supposed to shop when you're hungry because your willpower is usually out the window. And then second, if you're driving home and it's late and you haven't eaten anything all day, the temptation to just stop or order DoorDash, or stop at a fast food restaurant is very high. And then it totally just negates whatever program that you're on. And then you feel frustrated with yourself, and then you feel frustrated and cortisol level goes up, and makes you just want to eat more unhealthy foods to comfort yourself. And so it can very easily become a vicious cycle. But what is great about intermittent fasting is that you're intentionally deciding ahead of time your fasting windows and your eating windows, and you're picking the right nutrients which will sustain your body through those periods. If you're insulin resistant, you're helping your body become more insulin sensitive so that your body naturally regulates the blood sugar. So you're not having these big highs and lows in your blood sugar level. If you're eating the proper foods, you're not eating a lot of simple carbohydrates and, simple sugars that quickly raise your blood sugar and then it comes crashing down. And so you're more tired. I remember the first time that I did an autopsy. Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist. I do autopsies to find out why people died. So I remember the first time I did my autopsy in a fasted state. I normally will not eat breakfast. And so I was scared. I was like, granted, I exercised fasted. I usually exercise first thing in the morning, and I haven't eaten anything. But I was scared. Autopsies maybe can take up to 3-4 hours. But I made it through. And I had I don't know if it was my first one, but I remember once even doing an autopsy, and I was feeling so hungry, and I was like, I'm going to have to scrub out and go get something to eat. but I kept going. And then before I knew it, I was like, wait a minute, I feel fine. Like that hunger just took care of itself. So sometimes if we just relax, relax into that, trusting our body to know how to take care of us, it'll do what it's supposed to do. It'll do its job. If we're not constantly micromanaging our own body, our body can really knows how to handle itself. And so, yeah, actually keeping those blood sugar levels steady. Fasting also stimulates another hormone called brain-derived natriuretic factor, which actually helps our brain to focus. It actually boosts focus and memory and learning ability. Because if you think about it, for hunters in our hunter-gatherer days, when you went for days maybe without eating, you got to be a better hunter. You had to listen more. You had to keep your eyes sharp and focused so you knew where your next meal was coming from. Well, that's the same thing that happens now. Even now when I'm doing an autopsy in a fasted state, I'm more attuned to what I'm looking at, what I'm looking for, listening to those cues from the body to tell me why they died. So yes, and ketones, if you're in ketosis, they even use ketogenic diets to help with seizure disorders. So yes, our bodies are very equipped to handle periods of not eating. Now, everything I say, obviously, talk to your doctor first if you're on medication or if you have other health issues. You'll talk to your doctor if it's something that you should engage in. But for the most part, our bodies are able to manage periods of not eating. And we just have to trust that. So yes, intermittent fasting can actually help you to become more focused and have more mental clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Z. Awesome. Back to Dr. Shumway. Now, I know there's a time thing. So Cindy, if you want to address that.
So we do have a time for about, till 10 after that we will be able to ask general questions. And I think there's quite a few already in the chat. And I know that Dr. Shumway has been already working hard in the chat, trying to take to them. But I would like if we could collect some more questions, but there's one. Is it true that eating foods is better for our bodies than drinking our calories in shakes? Who wants to take that question?
I can talk about that a little bit. I mean, what one principle to think about is the closer it looks like to the way it is in nature, the better. So again, with the theme back to nature, I tell people the example is like an apple. If you eat an apple right off the tree, it's really great for you. Obviously, apple a day keeps the doctor away, but then you make it into applesauce and it's like a little bit less healthy. Some of those fibers get broken up and it's absorbed more quickly. So you get a spike in your sugar that happens a little bit faster. And then if you take that to the next step and then you're just drinking apple juice, suddenly you can eat 20 apples worth of juice in a single glass, and you're just shooting that sugar straight into your veins, basically spiking that sugar. And so it becomes just as unhealthy as sodas and things. Obviously there's some good things in apple juice that are not in soda, but at the same time you're still getting a more intense version of glucose the more we process our foods. So in a similar way, when we blend everything up and we're already digesting it or pre-digesting it, it's absorbed very quickly and spikes our glucose more rapidly. I think of foods the way that they're packaged in nature as the extended release version of the medicines.
So I want to suggest on the shake idea is a lot of people use them, but a lot of I see people adding soda to them as a healthy shake. I see people adding, so you got to really pay attention. If you just put you're not dairy adverse, you simply put something together like a banana and some blueberries and some milk. That's not necessarily, bad. But I also want to suggest that you still have to drink it slowly, because people think, okay, well, now that I made the shake, I can just, gulp it down and then it's good. So yes, it helps pre-digest a little bit, but no, take your time with your food. So I say 10 minutes, basically 14 minutes from prep to plate, and then an hour to eat.
Oh, that's a good idea. And also remember that your fibers are a key thing. And yes, fibers, when you making a shake, if you're making your own shakes, for example, as opposed to buying processed, commercial shakes, you're going to get more of that fiber. And even if it's blended down, your body breaks down your food anyway. But if you are eating and combining natural foods, like I make shakes out of nuts and seeds and fruit, okay, it still is the whole food and the peel and all of that stuff, but it has the fiber in it still, and it is, I do well with it, and I don't, as long as I've got a balance of food in there, it gets me through, and I don't, because I do better with that than if I'm in the running mode or in the work mode. I can't sit down and digest a meal, but I also, it's important, taking and allowing your saliva to mix with the food so that your digestive process is complete. So yeah, agreed.
How does anyone have any suggestions on night sweats when it comes from a nutrition point of view?
I mean, I'll just throw out there that it depends on what's causing it. Like you should probably, if you know what it is, then it'll be easier to treat. If it's like a low estrogen thing, then you can use natural ligands like flax seeds, things like that. But if it's like other hormonal things like primrose might be better, but it just depends on why those night sweats are happening, or if it's like an infectious cause, heaven forbid, like tuberculosis causes night sweats too, and that would be a totally different treatment. But just trying to understand what the root cause of that symptom is important.
I agree. I would also add that it's an indication that your hormones are out of whack. So addressing that by your diet can be very helpful, especially reducing your refined sugars and carbs and getting those out of your diet can be a really good first step for that. And then also, I would add looking to see where you are with your stress and how you're managing your stress in your life, because that is going to have a huge impact on your cortisol hormone. And that will definitely make things worse for you if that's high when you're trying to sleep at night. So addressing the hormone issue. Mhm.
Any other questions, Cindy, that we want to put out there?
I
Or-
thought there was a couple other questions here. Right at the very beginning, someone had asked about using dried roses when cooking. Cindy, you mentioned about flowers and eating flowers. What about the dried version? And it was specifically roses.
Well, what I would say is I like to have the fresh ones because I know that I just picked them. But, sometimes that's not possible. So I especially like the dried ones because a lot of times it will enhance the flavor of them. So I use dried things to actually bake with. So it, you know, obviously, if you have lemongrass that you're growing and you put that into, steep for your tea, it's going to have a different flavor than if it's a dried lemongrass. So, understand that they have different effects because drying does make a different effect. And I also think in the chat, Dr. Shumway made a really good point that I always dry my mushrooms with outside in the sun so that I can get some extra vitamin D. And I also find that having dried mushrooms, it makes them last so much longer. So people will buy a lot of mushrooms saying, I'm going to get to it, and then not use them. But before you just throw them out or say they're not usable, just put them in the sun. It doesn't have to be outside. You can do it just in a window and let them dry. So it stops the waste.
And another question that came up, is it true that organic sulfur is good for us first thing in the morning? And if so, why? Anybody? I had never heard about that, but has anyone heard about that as a good thing to start your day off?
Well, I actually use a little bit of, I'm from New England, so they think apple cider vinegar is good for everything. So, I got cod liver oil and first thing in the morning, along with apple cider vinegar. So there are a lot of people in New England that live very long and healthy lives and say that they wouldn't start out life without having apple cider vinegar. And it does help before, if you do it 20 minutes before you have dessert. Now, a lot of people put water, you put a tablespoon and then some water with it. But I just drink it straight. But I think I've been doing it for so long, I think it doesn't bother me. I have heard the same thing, but I do not have any personal recommendations on sulfur. So if you really think and you've gotten recommendations from people, give it a try.
Peggy, you're muted again.
I believe it's time to hand the baton to Terry, where she's going to be talking about environmental toxins and your health. So, Terry, if you want to take over. Thank you, everybody, for your wonderful, wonderful talks. We've all learned so much from all of the presenters so far up.
Very good. Well, thank you. Good to see everybody here. And we're going to be talking to Patrice, Amy, Amelia, and Kim on gardening and well-being. Okay, so I've got some questions for you ladies. My first question is for Patrice. Patrice, if you don't mind, just kind of share a little bit about who you are first, and then I will ask you the question.
All right.
Would you like to share just a little bit of who? Yep, just go ahead.
You were going to share something about me. No, okay. No, I'm also known as the gardening grandma. I love to open that world of gardening to folks, and especially to our kids, and get them out of cyberspace and bring them back into the natural world. So often I'd become like the go-to gardening person. It's something I've been passionate about for years. I would, any chance I had to pick the brains of what I call the old timers and like, how did you grow that? Or what is that? And, I'm always there. And I had started a website, and it was curating like all the different styles and types of gardening. like things related to gardening on the web. So a wealth of knowledge there. But then when I learn something, I always want to incorporate it. So like I've got 6 different types of gardens that I've got. You know, I've got my outdoor garden, my covered garden, I've got my greens garden, I've got my forest garden, I've got my indoor garden, I've got my herb garden and container gardens, and I've got the large food garden that had, you know, so that's kind of why I became that go-to garden person.
I love it. Awesome. So first question then for you is, what are some tasks that should be prioritized in the spring for a successful garden season?
Well, first off, like when I talk about getting your gardens growing, I talk about what I call the 3 Ps. So that's your planning, preparing, and then you're planting. And it might only be like 20% of the gardening, but it's what's going to give you 80% of your results. And so with the planning, especially if you're a first-time gardener and with the kids, I'm going to, you know, bring it into the kids and family gardens. Wow. Ask yourself, like, what type of garden is it that you're going to want to have? Because you want it to be something that you're willing to put the effort in to grow, that you are you're going to enjoy your time there in it. And like with the, you can get really creative with this. Like with the, when I asked the kids, like one child said they wanted a Halloween garden, and great. Then you have your pumpkins, the white skin pumpkins. They're like ghosts in the pumpkin patch. And she wanted sweets in that garden. Well, stevia, it's 10 times sweeter than sugar. And another woman, I asked her that question, and she says, well, it's so hot here, you know, I don't really want to be outside gardening. I said, well, what about like a moon garden? You could have that for in the evening to really have a nice spot where you can enjoy it. And you could have like white colored flowers that reflect the moonlight and the evening scented plants. And, you know, so ask yourself that question, like, what type of garden do you really want to have? And then when you're planning it out, make your plans. Like you've got that vision for what the garden that you want. And like myself, I like a garden that's overflowing with garden goodies. So that's what I'm aiming for. And then you make your plans like it's like a step by step by step. And so that the first step, like my granddaughter, she wanted a fairy garden. So you have to look at, so what are the structures you want in your fairy garden? That might be the first thing. Or what plants, or what plants you want in your garden, and is it going to be enough light? Like she likes the edible flowers for her fairy garden. So then your first step in your planning, is it in a plot where it's going to get enough sunlight, and I can have my different structures set out. And then, you know, your next one is, okay, how am I going to amend the soils to ensure that they're going to grow properly? But so if you do it like step by step, then you always know what your next action's going to be. And it becomes like a roadmap, you know, giving you directions for how to get to where you want to go. So that's one of the tips. And also like for the kids and the beginner gardeners, ensure you're going to get some early successes so that you become lifelong gardeners instead of just, you know, you try something and, oh, that didn't work, and you don't even want to look at it again. And so like ensuring that you've got the sunlight and the things that your plants need, and start off smaller so that you don't get overwhelmed. And maybe start, if it's your first garden, start off with something that's easier to grow. And with that, then you can get that earlier success. And if you're really impatient, start off by growing some sprouts on the countertop. And you can have an instant garden. So then you're getting to know your plants, what will grow in your area, what they need, so that you can give those all the things that you need. And then also get to know your climate. You know, if you're not attuned to your climate at all, you're going to be planting things that don't belong there. You're going to be planting at the wrong times. You're not going to be prepared for, like, I love to catch the early windows, you know, that when the temperature warms up, I can put some cool season plants in there, like my peas and radishes, things like that can stand a little bit of, like, we'll often get a warm period, then we'll get some frost, but the seeds in the ground, they can stand that. And but that's also when we get our moisture. So it's like, great, I've caught that early window. And you can actually do a Google search online, or there's worldweatheronline.org, I believe, but just a Google search and look at your average temperatures, frost dates, rainfalls, and then determine, like, what are the average times for when you can start growing, and knowing, like, the different plants. Like, there's the cool weather plants, like your radish, peas, cabbage, broccoli, kale, things like that you can grow those into your plant earlier in the season, with the temperatures from 0 to, what I think it was, around 15 degrees Celsius. And and then your hot weather plants, like your tomatoes, your peppers, your eggplants, things like that need warmer temperatures. If you're to plant those earlier, they won't thrive very well. Like peppers and tomatoes, if the temperature drops below a certain temperature, they drop their blossoms, except certain varieties that are bred to not have that. So if you get to know your climate, get to know your plants, and get to know what they need, and also what you're wanting out of those plants. If you're wanting to grow like a tomato planting, and it's the tomatoes you want, you don't care about the leaves. Once they start flowering, then you can take off some of those bottom leaves, and like just keep four sets of the bigger leaves, and that's all they need. All the energy can then go into producing the flowers. Or if you like, it's the leaves you want to keep it in the leafy stage and not go to the flowering. So basil, you're clipping off flowers. And you're preparing, like, get your soil prepared. I always say, like, put in like a couple of inches of compost at the beginning of the season, so that the food so the plants have some nutrients there, and that'll ensure that you're going to have better growth for the season.
Awesome. Thank you, Patrice. That was very comprehensive. So really figure out what you want. That makes a lot of sense. Like, what kind of garden do you want? Start out small, get to know your climate, and just take it step by step. And pretty soon you have a beautiful garden. So thank you so much for sharing. That's awesome. Next question I have is for Amy, but Amy, please introduce yourself to everybody first, and then I'll ask you a question.
Okay, sounds great. Yes, so I co-run an organic farm in Vermont with my husband Dave, and I also lead some interactive hands-on food and farm tours during the summer season. And then year-round, for the last 30 years, I've actually been teaching people how to take their power and their health back from the sick care system and the big food, big ag, by learning how to detox their food and their household products, and also embrace holistic health strategies so that they can thrive and try to stay away from doctors and pharmaceuticals. That's my quick background.
Great, great. And so I know you have mentioned about farming. So can you just tell us the basic difference between organic and conventional farming, and what really difference does that make?
That's a great question, and it's a really important distinction. So if I'll contrast conventional first. So conventional farming usually is dirt as opposed to soil. Soil has living microorganisms that are really important for breaking down the organic matter and releasing the nutrients to feed the plants that you intend. And in a conventional farm, you have that dirt holding the plants in place so that they can then be doused by herbicides to get rid of the weeds, versus on an organic farm, you're hand weeding most of the time. There's some machinery that you can use, but you're doing it multiple times in a season, which is very labor intensive, which is one of the reasons why organic is more expensive. And then you're not using any of those toxic herbicides on an organic farm. You're feeding the soil. The whole goal is to feed a healthy soil. And there's a variety of different ways that you can do that. One of the ways is using cover crops. So you would grow a crop for a season in a field and allow it to die back in the fall and the winter, and then it pops back in the spring. And then my husband will put that back into the soil with his machinery to feed those healthy microorganisms. And you're using only fertilizers that are natural. That would be things like compost or manures that have been dried. He uses chicken manure that's dried. We use seaweed and fish emulsion sometimes. You can make your own compost if you're, a home gardener. It's a lot easier than doing it on a farm. So that's some of the things. We don't use things like Miracle-Gro, which are fast-acting petroleum-based fertilizers that are really not good. And the whole goal here is you want to grow food that's actually nourishing yourself and your family and not harming others, including the soil, the microorganisms, the pollinators, getting into the air. We want to eliminate this toxic system of growing acres and acres of one genetically modified crop, for example, which happens all the time in our country. We don't use any genetically modified organisms on an organic farm in order to be certified. And there is a distinction between being a certified organic farm versus saying that you grow according to organic standards, which I've heard some farmers doing, which is better, I'm sure, than, conventional growing. But those are some of the distinctions.
Thank you, Amy, very much.
Sure.
Now I'm going to go to Amelia South. If you can just share a little bit about yourself, and then I'll ask you a question.
Hi, I'm Amelia. I am the owner and operator of Black Sun Farm in Connecticut, and I am an herbalist and a foraging instructor. And I have my farm is very tiny, but I've been working on organic farms and gardening for most of my life, if not the last 10 years on organic farms, including my own. So I hike barefoot. I'm barefoot in the garden all the time, and I love getting all the microbes on every inch of my skin. So
That's beautiful. Thank you. So I have a question for you. What vegetables would you recommend that I plant before Mother's Day, or just rather in just colder weather?
So there's a difference between the ground and putting them and starting them in from seed. Like right now, March. So because I'm in Connecticut, I'm in the northern section of the country. There are some people further south that might already be starting to grow tomatoes in their garden. I put the seeds in the trays, basically, tomatoes, a week or two ago. And, you know, usually the end of February, early March is a good time to be starting a lot of seeds. But as it gets warmer and warmer, and I would turn my camera to show you the beautiful sunny day if I could, but it's gorgeous out right now. It's only like maybe 50, 60 degrees, but it's still sunny and bright, and that's warming up the soil. So this time of year, I've already got peas in the garden planted, radishes, carrots, beets. What else did I put in there? Some greens, like you can do tatsoi, bok choy. You can get away with some like kale or collards or cabbage seeds if you're going to direct seed them. Usually with the greens, I like to seed them in either trays or pots or something, just because it gives them a little bit better of a start. If when they're really tiny, they can get frozen from a frost if you get a frost, or potentially, depending on what time you put them in, you never know if a bug is going to come and clip it right off. So when you start them either indoors or in a greenhouse, if you're lucky enough to have a greenhouse, they get a better start growing that little tiny plant, and then you put that little transplant that into your garden. And it's not hard. Anything in the brassica family, which is kale, collards, cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, kohlrabi. I don't know if I might be missing some, but those are the main ones that most people like to grow. Those are very easy to grow yourself. I mean, you can just start them on a windowsill if you want. You can put them again straight in the soil this time of year. It just takes a little while for things to come up, but March, usually St. Patrick's Day is a great time to be starting to put peas in the ground. As long as it's not completely frozen, like solid ice, you can start putting your vegetables in the ground. Radishes and things like that, they all love the cold weather. Oh, that's right, turnips. That's the other thing I stuck in the ground. So it's the cold loving, cold hardy vegetables.
I love that, because a lot of times, like here in Wisconsin, we don't always think about starting the growing season as early as March. So that makes a lot of sense to put the seeds, indoors and start them there and then plant them when they can really thrive. So thank you. All right, now I'm going to ask Kim Christopher to introduce herself, and then I'll ask her a question. Go ahead, Kim.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here with everyone today. I am Kim Christopher, Yeye Christopher, owner of Kindred Spirit Herbal Garden. I am so happy to be a part of this forum here. It's talking about gardening because I'm the baby of the group. I'm sitting here with all of this wealth of knowledge, and I'm so grateful now because I'm looking at it. It's like you teach what you need to learn, and we surround ourselves with people who are going to move us forward. So these women have so much expertise. So I'm just like taking it all in, and I'm just loving every moment of it. So thank you for having me. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, everyone who's on. And, I'm just so excited with this.
Well, thank you, Kim, for being here with us. My first question for you is, what type of gardening are you exploring right now?
Oh my goodness. With this being springtime, I actually started ahead of time. I had been watching so many different videos as to all of these different projects and things that can be started. I started my garden with an AeroGarden. And at that time, they were using some of the fertilizers that were from Magic Grow. So that was one of my first steps to looking at nutrients for my AeroGarden. And I found that once I set up that AeroGarden, even the pickiest of my grandchildren, because I have 9 grandsons, even the pickiest of the grandchildren would go over to the AeroGarden and sample some of, whatever it was that I was growing. But because I was new to it, the first thing I grew were tomatoes. And it was so amazing to see them bloom and to see the, you know, the expression on their faces. And it was times when they would bring to my knowledge that something new was growing. Like, oh, yay, look over here, because that's what they call me. We have something new coming. And we would just look at that. So every time they would come over, they would be able to, you know, be introduced to something new. They were so courageous that they even sampled the peppers on there. So it was like, okay, if you set it up, the children's curiosity will follow. You know, so it was nice to be able to gift one out, you know, so that this way they can possibly use it in their home. But I think it's, you know, it's definitely going to stay here. And after I started posting about the Arrow Garden, a friend of mine, she blessed me with a tower garden, which was really huge. And when I saw the lights, it looked like a spaceship. And I got a chance to start learning about germinating seeds, the time frame for that, having some disappointments because sometimes they would get kind of soggy. So I just want to share with all of the newbies, because I don't have much experience in this area, is just continue to keep exploring, continue to, you know, keep your mind open to learn, and we'll get exactly what we need. And that's a healthy harvest.
Love it, Kim. Thanks so much for sharing. I love it. My next question is back to Patrice. Patrice, how can I prepare my soil for planting in the spring?
I think we'll go back actually, because we kind of covered that, you know, with the composting and everything. How about we go to the next question there?
Okay, sure. How can gardening help me connect with nature and reduce the stress I'm having in my life?
Yes, that's I am big on getting people back to nature, and especially, you know, with our youth and instilling that love of nature, and what better way than with gardening, having that up close connection with nature, and you're actually involved in the growing process. And I find that when you're out there tending your plants, it's like it can almost be like a meditative practice. You know, you're just quietly tending your plants and tuning into what's happening around you, and so for stress levels, and also like working in the soil, like with Amelia says, she loves to go barefoot and get those whatever it causes the
Microbes. The good, happy
microbes.
microbes.
There, you got it. Yeah. And someone else put in the chat too that it actually releases the happy hormone, the serotonin, I believe it was, and so just being in the garden, working in the dirt, and again, like, this is spring. And for me, for tuning into nature, when things start to come to life, and like, we're still under snow, but I'm on the watch now, like for when the buds start to burst, and always for looking for those first bits of greens that come up, and if you can involve your kids in that and bringing them, you know, that excitement. There was a quote from Robert Brault I really enjoy, and he says, "Why try to explain a miracle to a child when you can just show them how to teach them how to garden?" And that's so true. It's and the kids, it's that awe and wonder too, with taking a tiny seed and letting it grow into a food producing plant. So bring your kids in there and let them experience that awe and wonder, be part of the growing process. And even if you can't start a garden yourself, go for a nature walk and start to see what wild plants are growing in your neighborhood, like the dandelions that are tough ones that'll seem to grow in any little nook or corner, and just start to experience that wonder of nature. And that's the beginnings of how we can instill a love of nature in your kids or yourself. And that's something that's really served me very well throughout my life. And I found, like, with the kids nowadays, they're often feeling overwhelmed, with climate crisis, environmental crisis. But if you can have that love of nature, then you let that love you feel direct your actions. And, an example, we created, I live right in the forest, and they wanted to clear cut out the forest around us. And so our community pulled together, and we created what was called an eco museum, which is like a museum without walls. And that, with the idea of keeping our forest intact, preserving our way of life, and also the historical way of life. And we chose all and Elizabeth just put in that it's gardening, a great way for instilling the love of nature. And we chose the activities we wanted to do there, and lots was bringing the kids out there, and it's a great healing place. But that action, it was through that love of nature that brought us to bring this about, and we actually were able to get our forest taken out of the cutting plan for this year anyways.
That's
So-
wonderful, Patrice. Oh my gosh. I love what you said there too. Sometimes we think of having a garden as can be kind of a stressful thing, but here it's actually a mindset shift. And like, actually, no, it's not. It can be a place that can be very healing and more like a chance just to slow down, relax, and maybe do some meditation and some quality family time with the children and getting them on board with really connecting with nature. So thank you for sharing that. Next question I have is for Amy. Amy, why is it so important to learn how to grow our own food, especially now?
Ah, yes. Well, I want to echo a little bit of what Patrice said too, because having grown up in New York City and feeling completely disconnected from nature, and now living in Vermont for the last 24 years, the contrast is so stark. I'm especially living on an organic farm. We're constantly paying attention to the weather, but I think that what Patrice was talking about is really important, that the more we connect with nature, the more we interact, and gives us that sense of, wow, we have this incredible gift of this planet that we live on, and we will act in better ways, I think, the more appreciation we have for nature. So the more the more time we spend in it, we know that there's great qualities of managing stress and giving us fresh air and exercise and forest bathing and grounding, being barefoot, all those good things. So I think that's super important. And I do think that trying to encourage children to connect with nature, especially through gardening, really helps them change their eating patterns. And so I wanted to share a quick little story of this French family that came to our farm for a tour once, and the children didn't speak any English. There were 3 of them, and I was told that they did not like vegetables. And we were having a lunch at the end of this tour. And I thought, oh, great, I don't think they're going to eat any of the stuff that I made because my lunches are vegetarian. And so what we do is we go through, we talk about what organic is, but they're actually eating things off the vine. So, plucking a cherry tomato or eating a green bean or tasting kale. And this is not just with the children, but people's reaction to tasting food right off the plant is amazing. The difference between when you buy this type of produce in the store, which, generally it's about a week old before you even get it to the store shelf, but to get that life energy and that flavor and that immediate connection is so powerful. And so the kids were eating the vegetables, and then they actually ate the lunch I was amazed. And then I got an email later from the parents who said that their children will eat vegetables now as long as they tell them that they're just like Dave and Amy's. So that gave me such joy to think that, wow, I actually inspired these kids to eat vegetables. Cool. So why is it so important now? There's so many reasons. I think, food insecurity is a huge one, but also, especially in the United States, we have such a toxic food system. We're eating something like 10,000 chemicals in our food a year, and contrast that to Europe that only has 300 or 400. There are things that are banned, from other countries that we are allowed to eat, and it's very addictive food. Most of our food is processed. I think there's some study that said that 90% of Americans are actually buying and eating highly processed food, which is just incredibly toxic. So to have that power to grow your own, and also if you know how to preserve it, that's ideal. But just the act of growing your own food gives you some sense of control. It makes you feel empowered that you can take some responsibility for what you're eating, and gives you some help if supply chains go crazy and things are harder to access from the store. The more that we can grow our own and also turn that into a homemade meal, the better our health is, but also our own sense of control and freedom. So I would say that that's the main reasons.
I love that. Thank you. And also, Amy, would you say it also is more affordable?
I think it is. To grow your own is definitely more affordable. I mean, to grow something from a seed, you get, one seed creates all these different tomatoes, right? Versus spending the money in the store for who knows how old a tomato. And I don't usually buy stuff out of season because it just tastes gross. One little green living tip I will share is in the non-growing season, if you buy frozen organic, you're going to most likely have a better, fresher, more nutritious food, because I think, they're freezing it at the peak of freshness as opposed to having it transported, for a week or whatever.
Makes
So
sense.
yes, I do think it's cheaper to grow your own than it is to buy.
Excellent. And thanks for sharing that inspiring story.
Sure.
Yeah, great. Okay, next question I have is for Amelia. Amelia, how can I make gardening less stressful for myself as I get older?
Well, there's a few things you can do. So one of the things that a lot of people think, oh my God, I can't do a garden. It's too much work. It's too much work. I can't have a farm. That's so much work. I could never do that. So I'm a little bit of a lazy farmer. And I think a lot of us kind of want to be, whether we are or not. There are some cheat code hacks that you can do to have a garden, or even to start a small farm, that are way, way easier than you think. You need a little bit of land. I mean, like, it works best if you have like at least half an acre that you can play with. And that just means like if your whole property is at least half an acre, then you've got a nice big area that you can turn into a garden. So one of the things that you can do is you can do raised beds if you really want. I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of raised beds, just because they get to be a little bit more higher maintenance the longer you go on. You'll have to like replace some of the soil in there, and that can be more difficult the older, especially if you've got arthritis or you're, an older person with mobility issues. I have seen some very nice like prefab raised bed gardens. So if you just like you're desperately jonesing to get that gardening fix, you can go buy like a prefab raised bed and fill that with like potting soil or something like that. But the easiest cheat that most people don't really know about is getting a pile of wood chips. You can get wood chips delivered for free from pretty much any landscaper. Like just call up your local landscapers. There is Chip Drop, which is a thing that you sign up for online, and you can put your name in and say, I want some wood chips delivered. But in my experience, it's kind of, whether it works or not is up in the air. I think it depends on where you live. But yeah, a tree service. That's right, Amy. They call the tree services or the landscapers. Those are the people that other people are hiring and paying thousands of dollars to cut down these trees, and then they have to chip up all the leftover branches and things. And they've got these just dump trucks full of wood chips that they're looking for places to dump. And you can call up a landscaper or a tree person and say, hey, do you have any wood chips? And they're like, absolutely. I would love to dump my wood chips at your house so that I don't have to pay to have them removed somewhere. And then you've got all these wood chips. If you're lucky, you can just have them dump it in a specific area. And then you've got this giant pile of wood chips. What happens is the wood chips are small pieces that they break down a little faster than like something like hugelkultur gardening, where you're working with a lot of logs and things. But the wood chips will break down and eventually turn into soil. So an easy hack you can do is find a spot, put maybe some cardboard down if you want a little help killing the grass underneath, some cardboard or thick newspaper or something down, put a big pile of wood chips. I'm talking like 6 to 8 inches thick of wood chips. And then if you really want to use that garden like this year, get either get yourself a little bit of compost or something delivered, or grab, I don't know, 5 or 6 bags of organic potting soil or something and dump that all on top of the wood chips. Then you can just plant right in that. You can plant right in that. And some vegetables do better than others. Okay. So some vegetables will do better if you were to take something like a hay bale. Like you could get a hay bale and literally just plant the seedlings in the hay. And because that hay is slowly decomposing and being exposed to the elements and the water and things, it's just hay bale gardening is a thing. The wood chip gardening is a thing. It's all, the wood chip is kind of a longer term plan. Like, hey, I want this garden to be around for the next 5-10 years. And that's why I say that the wood chips are going to slowly break down over time and feed the soil. You can also compost. You can actually compost directly in your garden. It's not always the best. It depends on how you're doing it. If you've got like a garden in the ground, dig a hole, throw your compost scraps in there, and put it. It works best if you've got a fence, because otherwise a raccoon's going to come over and dig up all your compost. But if you don't have a fence, and you still can do this. You can dig down into your raised bed or whatever, and bury your eggshells or your cucumber shavings, your potato peels, any of that kind of stuff is going to biodegrade and just go right into the soil. You don't necessarily have to have a big compost pile. So those are some things that you can do just to make it a little bit easier for somebody that isn't used to gardening all the time.
Oh, I love that idea, especially with reusing the trees. I mean, that makes so much sense to just use those scraps from the trees.
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat also said the
Love that.
leaves. Absolutely, the leaves 100%. A lot of people say don't rake your yard. If I rake up the leaves under the trees and I just throw them right in the garden, and they decompose and they feed the soil.
That's perfect. Great.
Yep,
Thank
free
you.
fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Kim, back to you now. So, what would be some herbs that I could grow in a small place?
I tell you, my mind is still on on the previous conversation. I'm just loving this, loving this, loving this. It just really brought back the memories of how my mom on Saturday and Sunday would like water her plants, but she would use eggshell water, and the smell of it would just be like, we would be like, what is she in there doing? And she would just turn on music and play it and water her plants, with this. So that I just had to share that. But one of the things that I found is that I ended up growing some herbs by accident. I went to a place and I got me some Thai basil, and I got a chance to enjoy the Thai basil. So I decided to take some of it off and just stick it in the water. And what began to happen, it actually rerooted again. But this was already cut from the stem of the original Thai basil. So I thought that was very interesting. So I realized that I can continue with herbs like Thai basil. I can have, like a piece of cilantro, and I can do something with that. I can have all of these different herbs, like dill is another one that we can do on our countertop. Another one is the scallion. That was really exciting for me when I saw that I can take the scallion, use the top part, and I just cut off the bottom and I placed it in some water and it started to sprout. I also have experimented with things like carrots. I did a carrot, it did sprout, and then it ended up dying when I transferred it to the soil. So I'm just so grateful to be a part because I'm hearing so many different tips that I can use and all of the audience can use also to, to gain that confidence and realize that we can start off small and we never know where we will end up. Because just like me doing my gardening indoors with hydroponics, I'm starting to venture more outdoors now, and I'm getting access to communities that have farms so that this way I can increase my knowledge because it's all about learning and growing. And as I continue to learn more, then I can share that with my grandchildren and we can really see who actually has the desire, to continue this path. Because we have to remember this is, ancestors did this for years, and a lot of times you find yourself, growing something in your house or having, some type of a ritual that you do. And you're like, where did I get this knowledge from? And see, it's just being tapped back over to us again. Once we begin to be open, all of the information begins to flutter in. And it's just like this call. Once I became open to start to grow, then my world started to change. I started to find myself around grandma, gardening grandma. And I just love to hear her talk, and when she teaches, it's like, oh my God, I'm listening to it. Even though I'm I'm on a call with her, it's like I'm taking up so much information from all of these amazing women and men that we have on our panel. So I'm just so excited. And just to be able to share, like I don't have property at this time. I am creating that desire, okay? So right now, all of my growing is indoors. And even when I'm using my tower garden, there's only so much height that you're going to get on those tower gardens. So I said, it has to be a way that I cannot waste what I was already growing and I enjoyed. Is it a way to take that outside and plant it so that this way it can grow again for someone else? So those are some of the things that I'm looking at. And also, since I'm here, I'm going to learn about all of those different things. Is it possible to transition from hydroponics to soil? Because we have the root. The root is amazing. The root is healthy, so this is definitely an opportunity for everyone to sit back, to stay in contact with us, because this is not going to be the first summit. And every summit is going to change and continue to, to come on, and you'll be able to learn from different speakers. So I'm just so grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. That was beautiful. And actually, when I was talking to you, I was inspired to grow mint because I love mint and it's so expensive to buy it here. And I'm like, oh, I love to put mint in my water. So I
forgot to
start
mention that.
growing
So
mint.
thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go back to Amy. Amy, what would be some tips for beginner gardeners or just on how to get started? Because sometimes people think, oh my goodness, I know Patrice kind of talked about this at the beginning too, but if you can just maybe give some other tips that maybe she didn't share already.
Sure. Yeah. So I actually have created a couple of online courses to talk about this because I want people to be able to grow if they're living in a city and they have a sunny windowsill, or if they have a patio, they can grow in pots. Growing in the ground is great if you have it, but if you don't, and I also have a tower garden, which I use year round to grow mostly salad stuff because we love to eat salads. So what people can do, I think it really depends on where they live, right? And whether they have 6 to 8 hours of sunshine, coming through a window or on a patio or in the ground. But I think some of the easiest things to do, first you want to decide where you're going to put your garden, and that, you kind of want to pay attention to where the sun goes for the day. So you make sure it's not obstructed by trees or fences or houses. So that's one thing. You definitely want to pick the right spot. And when I first moved to Vermont and bought a house, I dug this garden. I took the soil. I took the sod off, only to find out that there was all this gravel underneath because when they built the house, they dug the hole and put the gravel where my garden went. So that was interesting. It was drained really well, but I had to add a whole bunch of extra compost, and thankfully I had horses at the time, so I had all the composted manure with the sawdust and everything, so it worked out okay. But that's something to pay attention to. So 6 to 8 hours of sun, and then you got to talk to yourself about, well, what do I really want to grow? What am I going to eat? So I think one of the easiest things for people to do is, people have already mentioned herbs. I think that's great, and definitely watch out for mint. I have it in one of my front gardens, and it's constantly moving around to places that I don't want it to go, so I got to pull up pieces. But so growing things like salad, lettuce grows pretty easily. You can grow tomatoes fairly easily. You want to make sure you stake them so they don't just fall flat all over and take up a lot more space. Cucumbers are pretty easy to grow. So those are some quick ones. I love having fresh dill everywhere. So when I'm cooking, I can just pop out the door, snip some dill and put it into, the fish or the potato salad or whatever it is I'm making. So those are some good ones. Definitely putting, you want to make sure your soil has enough nutrients. So getting a soil test is great. There's different places you can get it online. There's a lot of extension services in different states where you can, drop off your soil sample or send it to them. And you want to find out what nutrients you might be missing so that you can supplement that. Because you don't want to have a soil that's depleted in different things, because that'll just lead you to problems down the road as you're growing. And each season, you want to think about starting small, but anticipating growing and what else you might like to add. So starting small is a good first step as well. I think those are probably the top ones that I would recommend.
Great. Thank you, Amy.
Sure.
Oh, I'm going to go back to Amelia and ask, what plants can I forage in my garden and my yard in the spring? Because that I have no idea about.
That's one thing I like to tell people is that I would genuinely estimate probably at least bare minimum 25% of what I pull out of my garden is weeds that I didn't plant there, and I eat them because they're delicious, because they're edible. You might as well. It's free food, nature is putting it there for you. Might as well work with it. So some things that are so it's kind of an odd thing to say, just because I was outside most of the morning today here, and there's not a lot yet. The dandelions are just starting to come up. Dandelions and dandelion greens are one of the very first things to come up in the spring. So that is dandelions. A lot of people don't know this, but dandelions were actually brought here from Europe as a food source. They are a food and medicine source. So they're here on purpose. We might as well work with them. There's only I think 1 or 2 native varieties of dandelions, and they grow in the mountains, way out in the other parts of the country. So most of the dandelions that you see are the naturalized version that came over from Europe. And they're delicious if you've never had them. Especially this time of year, you want to be having those kinds of spring greens. So hairy bittercress is one that comes up. Another one that cleavers or bedstraw actually comes up this time of year. The dandelions, there's a lot of different so yellow dock will come up, sometimes bitter dock. I'm trying to think of there's a lot of little spring greens. Stinging nettle, if you can get them. You probably don't have stinging nettle inside your garden, but if you've got stinging nettle likes to grow if you are the kind of person that rakes your yard and you've been raking your leaves and throwing them in the same spot in the back every year over and over again, check that spot for stinging nettle, because the leaves compost themselves over and over and over every year, and it becomes a very rich, fertile soil over time. And nettle loves growing in that. The other place I usually find nettle is in horse and cow pastures, because it's growing in the big manure piles. So you don't want to eat the poop, obviously. You want to eat the plant, but you can pick around it. The way you pick it is careful like that. That comes up. That should be coming up within the next couple of weeks here. There's some parts of the country that I'm sure it's already up. There's just a lot of those little spring greens that are starting to come up. Evening primrose might be also coming up in some places. Things that pop up in the garden. Plantain is another one. It's edible. It's not super delicious like some of the other greens are. Dandelion is bitter, but your body actually wants that bitter flavor. You want that bitter flavor to cleanse you out. So just keep an eye on whatever little weeds are popping up in your garden or in your yard. Oh, lamb's quarters. That's another one that comes up. A lot of times it's really, really small. Absolutely. Oh, Amy says, wear gloves when you're harvesting stinging nettle. Yes. If you're not used to it, yes. If I'm picking a lot of stinging nettle, I do put gloves on. If I'm just picking, like if I just happen to come across some, I'm like, the heck with it. I do it barehanded, but I'm
That's
I got strong farm hands, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. I know we got to get on to our next panel, but thank
Yep.
you so much for
Thank you.
sharing that. That's awesome. All right, very good. Now we have Phil to pass it on to as the moderator for the group. Phil, are you here?
No, actually, we're having Cyril. He
Cecil.
is
Cecil.
taking.
Oh,
Cecil,
okay. Thank
sorry.
you. Very good.
Thank you. And this is for the Environmental Exposure and Whole Health Lifestyle Panel, right?
That it is.
My name is Cecil McIntosh, and I'm filling in for someone. So, I think we have how many people? Anyhow, we play with the time. So the first question is going to go to Terry.
Okay.
And the first question that I would love to ask you is, why should someone begin if they feel overwhelmed by trying to live a whole health lifestyle?
Right. I get this question often because I talk about my 8 pillars of health, and people are asking me, well, which one is most important? And I'm like, well, it really depends on which one you're going to do and which one you need the most. So, first of all, I always, even for myself, I start with hydration. Just that one simple thing. Over 70% of the people are usually walking around somewhat mildly dehydrated. So there's a perfect place to start, is start drinking your water. And so a lot of the questions that I get is, well, how much do I really need to drink? And as a general rule of thumb, I'll say take your body weight in pounds and divide that by 2. And that'll give you an idea in ounces of how much liquids to be drink. Then I get the question, well, does coffee and tea count? And I say, not so much, because those are very dehydrating. So if you drink those, it's not like you can substitute alcohol or coffee, for example. So to keep that in mind. And then also, a really important thing that a lot of people don't do is they don't add salt to their water. So what I love to do, for example, and even this morning, I had a gal who I was talking with, and she said, I don't know where to begin. And I said, how about just starting with some warm water in the morning? Get yourself a tea kettle, warm up some water, and do 2 cups of water with a little bit of salt, half of a lemon, squeeze the juice of a half a lemon into that water, and take some mineral trace drops and actually add 1/4 to a half teaspoon in your water, then 2, and keep doing that throughout the day to really get the hydration into your cells. That's what you really need. And a lot of people, if they don't do that part, then they're just going to urinate it out. So you really want to get those electrolytes into your body with the salt. So that's what I would say. Start basic with something like that. And another simple thing a lot of people have a hard time with is eating real food. Just think of real food as being what we're talking about. If it's grown in the garden and you take it from the garden to your plate, that's the best food you can put into your body, right? So staying away from these refined carbs and sugars, those are just going to create addiction, and they're going to create an inflammation in your body. They're going to age you quicker. They're going to give you brain fog, anxiety, all these things we don't want. So if we just stick to eating real food, which is a very simple thing, right? But so it's not rocket science. So it's just those two things are really important. And I would say for the third thing is, make yourself a bedtime that you're going to stick to, and have that be between at least between 10 and 11 p.m. And don't go any past that. That's not a good thing to do, because your sleep is really a superpower for yourself. Okay. So I
Quick
would say
question.
those.
Quick
Yeah.
question for you.
Yeah.
I'm curious. You said add salt to the water. Can you kind of explain to us the significance of that?
Your body requires salt. Okay. So, yep, all mammals, like you'll see animals, they'll go to great lengths just to get some salt, into the body. And we typically, if we're eating a whole foods diet, we typically don't get enough salt from our fruits and our vegetables. But the medical community will kind of advise people to stay away from salt as a general rule, just because we had been eating so much refined carbs and sugar. So there's a sweet spot for salt. Okay. Too much is no good, too little is no good. But we need salt. It's critical for our heart and our body to function. We need those electrolytes that come from the combination of the salt, the potassium, and the magnesium.
Thank you. That's I didn't know that. Second question, why are some often overlooked habits that have the biggest impact on whole health?
Okay, so a big one that I discovered even just last year was grounding or earthing. Just 10, 15 minutes of getting your bare feet on the ground to absorb the magnetic force of the earth is very great for reducing inflammation. It's great for building up your energy. And it's just a very relaxing thing for the nervous system too. So that's a very simple thing to do. If you're in a colder climate, it's a little bit of a challenge during a lot of times of the year. But if you start doing that in the spring, it only takes 10 to 15 minutes. And they also do have grounding mats that you can, buy. But we're sticking to some of these things that can have a huge impact on you. When you do grounding, you can get better sleep at night. You can just have a more regulated a nervous system. Emotional regulation is so super important. And then also deep breathing. Do some deep belly breathing. It can be so powerful. Again, it's free. Most people are not breathing the way that God intended us to be breathing, was taking those deep breaths in and just really getting that air into the tummy, right? And doing that on a regular basis. Now, if you watch, for example, a baby who's breathing, you will automatically see their little tummy go up and down as they're breathing. And that's how we're supposed to be breathing, is that way. But we get caught up in what we're doing all the time that we forget to sometimes just stop and breathe. So, and then the third thing I would say for this is to make sure you are spending time nurturing your relationships and making meaningful connections. Just having a reach out to a person, having a social engagement that's meaningful to you is so nourishing for the soul, right? So enjoy the laughter and the play. One of the things that I love to do is I'll just listen to somebody, even comedy, just for a few minutes. Go to a comedy station and just listen, because it makes me laugh and I feel even connected to the person even that way, just for a few minutes. But also things like, engaging with your family, telling jokes with each other, using humor. It can really just help the nervous system out. So those are some just free, easy things.
Thanks, Terry. That's beautiful. And the last question I have for you is, how does your gut health connect to other areas of whole health, like mood, energy, and immunity?
Sure. So it's really important to realize that 70% of your immune system, sometimes I've even heard, is even more, like 90%. So I'll say 70 to 90% of your immune system is in your gut. Okay. So, and over 90% of the serotonin, which is your feel-good hormones, are created in your gut. So it makes so much sense to focus in on gut for your overall health function. So not only will focusing on your gut health help you with your physical health, your overall physical well-being, but it's really going to help you with your mental well-being as well as your emotional well-being too, because of those neurotransmitters being created in the gut, right? So that's why it's really important to focus in on how can I do the best things for my gut. And like we talked about earlier in different areas here, the microbiome, most of your microbiome is in your gut. And you want to think of not just feeding yourself, but feeding those trillions of microorganisms that are making up your gut. Those things are your friends and you want to treat them well. So if you put in toxic food, for example, so your refined sugars, your refined carbs, things with a lot of chemicals in it, you're going to kill the good guys off and you're going to create more pathogens in your body that's going to put your gut out of balance. So then you're going to not have the energy, because in your microbiome, that's where the energy gets produced for you. Okay. So that's why it's so important to go back to eating the real food for gut health, because it's just going to help you with your foundation of your overall health. So it's not just about the physical, like I said, but it's also about the emotional and the cognitive well-being as well.
Terry, this was illuminating for me.
Oh, good.
And I thank you, because it's so aligned with what I teach. So it's beautiful. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move on from you now to Cheryl. Cheryl here?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, Cheryl. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well.
Okay. So the first awesome question I have for Cheryl, can you name several areas where we may be getting toxic chemicals that we may not be aware of?
Of course. So I help people with detoxing and going to the root cause of things. And people hear about water, our foods, our air, and our cleaning supplies are, toxic. But what other places might there be that we're not looking at? And one follows Terry's first question she had mentioned about sleep, getting the enough sleep. If you're not sleeping well, you might want to look at the current that's going around your room. Some people have electrical boxes on the other side of their, wall of their bedroom. Some are charging their phone in their bedroom, and that electrical current is going around all night, and that does affect your sleep. So you might, watch. Some people even turn off the electric to the bedroom overnight. So that might be one thing you want to try. If you're having problems sleeping, turn off all the electric in your room. Another is hobbies. Hobbies such as working with metals, even you're working with metals, you're getting it on your hands. You might not be washing your hands enough. Even bicycling, if you're bicycling out in the country where they're spraying the crops, or they just sprayed, you're inhaling that air. And hiking, you've got the ticks. So there's always places to be aware of where we might be bringing in these toxins. And I have a story that do people look in your workplace if you do work in a building? How is that air that you're breathing? I happen to work with another person. We started a business and it was in one of these buildings where all these small businesses, like starter businesses, were renting space. And we didn't get one of the nice offices with the view. We had an inside unit. And one Monday we walked in and we were wondering why some of the paper was kind of wrinkled. And then we started looking at the pictures, and the pictures were kind of wrinkled. And then we looked up and the vents were totally black. So it had happened over time that mold was building. And we also, had this like kind of a sniffle, like, yeah, we got something going on, but can't figure out what it is. So you never know what's happening in an establishment and a building that you're in for a period of time. How is that air quality and what else is going in there?
I think a lot of it too is an awareness. You walk into the room, you notice something is different, and maybe to be aware to start asking questions. I think that's a part of the challenge sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes nobody wants to talk to you and say, well, what are you talking about? There's nothing wrong. And the next amazing question is, for someone that's 50 years old, is it too late to take measures to lessen toxins to make a difference?
Of course not. It's never too late. Getting educated like we do, we're constantly educating ourselves and we're making steps to make ourselves healthier. So going through the process of learning what toxins not to bring in, like, eating the more natural foods and less prepared foods, but also you're also looking at furniture that you're bringing into the house, the chemicals, that you're using to clean or wash your clothes, stuff like that. And of course, your air and your water. But knowing that you need to lessen that, and depending on the person, if they have health problems. So if they seem to be fine, then taking those measures, and these are like, you can't make changes all at once. You're not going to throw your furniture out that has formaldehyde in it. And you're not going to tear up your carpet and stuff like that. I have a terrible experience with carpet being put in. I got so sick. But you need to make steps, and you need to be aware and make those changes. Now, things that somebody, if they are ill, they need to really get down. You can make those changes, but you got to get down to the root cause. And some of the causes, it wasn't our fault. It was passed down to us, through our mother, and things like amalgam fillings and different things that were passed down. If your mother had amalgam fillings, with the mercury, that mercury was passed down, and mercury, goes to your head and also glyphosate and heavy metals. So if one, really wants to do something, they really need to look at their past, where they live, especially if they've lived in a lead house or a moldy house. I mean, mold is a big culprit. And, there's a whole thing on mold as far as where you can find it in the house, and the preparation that you just don't get something fixed, your pipe fixed because it was leaking, and you just clean up the mold with some chlorine product. You really need to look at the walls. You need to look at how much damage the mold has done. And I mean, there's houses that everything that was plastic, that couldn't be cleaned by a professional cleaner, had to be thrown out. So if there is a mold problem, and it might not even be in your house, it might be in a business, you might have to go through and throw all that paperwork out and start over, because those items that collect the particles are just going to keep recirculating in the house.
So just button in here. So if, let's assume it's your home, and are these toxins, who would you call for help? To help, like say you want to get somebody come in, have a look at it and give you an overall perspective. Who would you call?
Right. Yeah, there's professional mediators
Mhm.
that deal with the mold. And I'll just go quickly on, everything has to be taken out.
Right.
The ductwork either has to be cleaned, I mean, I'm not a professional mold
I understand.
specialist, but the mold specialist would dictate whether the ductwork has to be taken out, depending on how much damage, or it has to be professional clean. Everything has to be cleaned, all the surfaces and everything, and some things can't be brought back in the house. So if someone has a lot of mold and they find, especially black mold, and they, the kids and the parents will know that they just can't get healthy. They're always continuously sick. And just to solve that one problem, excuse me, where the black mold was is not going to end. That the mold is already in the air, it's on surfaces, it's on places that can't be cleaned, things need to be cleaned out. So the mold specialist would go through the process, and if they say, if you have a really bad mold problem and they say, oh, we're just going to fix this, we're going to take this wall out, fix this problem, and you'll be fine, you need to go to someone else.
I'm curious, what can you just tell me a little bit about black mold? You mentioned black mold consistently. I'm just curious.
Yeah, black mold's like one of the worst to have in your house. There's lots of mold. We have blue cheese and there's mold in there, and I do eat that. But there's different molds to different degrees. I actually have a background in real estate and did rehabbing. So I was excited to get a moldy house because I knew I could get a good deal and I knew I could fix it up right. But yeah, some mold is not going to be affected, but you want to get rid of the source to where that mold is coming from. And you can't just fix the pipe and clean. You need to, it might be a matter of taking out a wall, and there's cameras you can put up in the walls, in the ceiling, to see if there's mold up there. And I let the professionals handle that.
Thank you very much. This was, again, way over my pay grade, but I enjoy hearing your comments. So thank you. And next I'm going to Maricel. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
That's perfect.
Okay, so let me see what amazing questions are here for Maricel. The first question is, what does reversing biological age actually mean? And how can lifestyle changes make it happen?
Thank you, Cecile, for your question. I'm going to introduce myself first. My name is Maricel Rocha. I am from Argentina, currently living in California. And I have a science background in biochemistry and biotechnology. And I help people to extend their health span, which is the time that they are alive in optimal conditions of health. So now going to your question, you asked me, what is biological? What does it mean to reduce biological age?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk about the concept of age reversal and why it's so popular lately, right? When, we have this mindset that, oh, aging is kind of mandatory. You're going to go through that. It's natural. And we accept that aging is something natural, right? But the good news is that maybe time cannot be stopped. Maybe your chronological age cannot be changed, but you have another age, and that's a biological age, which is the way your physiology is manifesting. It's the mileage in your car, right? Not the year you bought your car. It's the mileage, it's the used. So that biological age now can be measured because of the new technology that we have. And number two, that is the age, the biological age that I help people with to reduce and rejuvenate. So that's why we call it age reversal. We're not reducing chronological age, we are reducing our biological age. So you might be in a body, you might be 50 years old, but inside a body that biologically is 40, right? That would be great because that means that we are aging slowly. That's what we want. And that is totally possible. Now, where's the connection with lifestyle? So let me tell you a little story to understand why this is so powerful. 20 years ago, actually 25 years ago, when the Genome Project was trying to sequence all the DNA in the human body, in our cells, scientists thought that they would understand all causes for diseases. But that didn't happen because what manifests in our body is not a consequence directly of the sequence of our genes, but how we regulate those genes. We may have good genes, but if they are not active, it doesn't help you. You may have bad genes, right? But if they are silenced, they're not bothering you. So we understood finally after so many years that the real deal in manifesting, in showing in your physiology any disease, well, there are exceptions, but I'm talking here in general terms, are a consequence of how we regulate our gene expression. And what are the things that regulate our gene expression? Lifestyle. And that's a whole new world of epigenetics. So now, like we are, learning in more knowledge and learning in more experience. And what it used to be genetic, just the sequence. Now we're into the field of regulation of those genes that now we know as epigenetic. And epigenetic means above the genes. So there are things and signals and tags and molecular mechanisms that are regulating the expression of those genes. So I'm all excited today because we are all talking about environment. We're all talking about lifestyle and things we can do to improve our health. Well, there is direct evidence that it's about lifestyle. And inside lifestyle, there are many things like you already shared, Terry, and many others. But one specific one that I want to highlight during my time here with all of you is environmental exposure. And why is that important? Because as I said, epigenetically, it affects tremendously the way we express our genetics and we can function as human beings.
Okay. That was just like, a lot of this stuff is like way over my pay grade, but I'm enjoying it. It's so wonderful to get new information. So the next question is, how is metabolic health the key to slowing and even reversing aging?
Thank you for that question. So what has metabolic health to do with aging and all we're talking here? Well, metabolism relates to the way we generate energy. How we bring that energy from food, from the air, and how can we convert those things into a form of energy for our body to function. And what we discover is that when we make this process efficient, we can prevent a lot of trouble and diseases as we age. Specifically, metabolic health to me starts with how we regulate insulin, which is the hormone that is being released every time we eat carbs, for example. or every time we get into a stressful discussion, or every time you're doing exercise. There are many ways that are affecting the way our insulin levels go out, go up and down during the day. If we can find a way to control that fluctuation of insulin, we can actually prevent a lot of things that comes as a consequence of inflammation, for example. Every time we have a glucose spike, we get inflamed. And all of that glucose that is circulating is getting converted into fat that we don't want, right? We want to eliminate fat. We want to burn the visceral fat that is creating so much inflammation in our body. So if we can regulate that insulin and the way it behaves, then we will be supporting our immune system. We will be reducing oxidative stress and so many mechanisms that are actually hallmarks of aging. And that's why the connection is very strong, because aging is actually a consequence of systems that are not functioning well. And there are 4 chronic diseases that appear as a consequence of a metabolic dysfunction. One of them is cancer. The other one is cardiovascular disease. Of course, diabetes type 2. And then all the group of cognitive declination like dementia, Parkinson, Alzheimer. So all of those diseases in our society, we accept as, oh, of course, if we are aging, or of course, we're like accepting because we see it around us. But the good news is that you may not live in a blue zone. Have you heard about the blue zones? I think we mentioned that.
I haven't heard of blue zone. Talk to me about it.
All right. So there are people who are 100-year-old and even older that are enjoying and thriving. They are in perfect health in their minds, in their brain, in their physiology, in their bodies, and they're enjoying life. And so we have so many things to learn from them. But specifically in terms of their metabolic health, they move consistently. They eat whole foods. They don't overeat. They're not smoking. They're not drinking, right? So there are many things that we can understand and learn from these people and try to, create our own path, that it doesn't have to be, I'm not, just because my parents went through diabetes, it doesn't mean that I will have to go through, because I get it, it's genetic. But the most influence comes actually from the environment and the way you create your own lifestyle and make your daily choices.
Maricel, I am curious. So insulin seems to be the culprit, the root cause here. Is that correct?
Yes, it's insulin actually, because it would say insulin is like the director of the orchestra, right?
Yep.
So if you can have that under control, then everything else that depends on will be adapted, right? And as I said, there are many things we can do to regulate insulin. Your circadian rhythm, for example, is linked to how we regulate our insulin. So if you go to bed one day at 8 p.m., but the next day you are not sleeping until midnight and you have those fluctuations, then of course the way you regulate your insulin and everything else, it's going to be not optimal, right? So I would start with the circadian rhythm and adopt habits that are like a routine. So your system get used to have breakfast at the same time, use the bathroom at the same time, and drinking at the same time, and hydration. When you think that your system, needs a routine, like little toddlers, right? You give them a routine, they're happy. You don't give toddlers a routine, they throw a big tantrum. So inside your body is the same thing. We need to train ourselves. So with time, over time, it's magic. Everything accommodates.
Well, a couple of things that come to mind is, one, I attempt, though it doesn't happen a lot, to eat at 5 o'clock every evening and don't eat after that. And I find that works beautifully for me, because it gives me a 12 hours of fasting. Does that make sense?
That's a perfect example, because the time that you are in fast is the optimal time. You want to do that. Some people skip breakfast, for example, thinking, oh, I have my 12 hours. But the way your metabolism works, it's going to get benefits, but you will get more benefits if you start your fast earlier the day before, right? Why? Because your quality of sleep will be optimal. And sleep, specifically the deep stage of sleep, is where the magic happens in your brain in terms of restoration, regeneration, and waste disposal, and all the things that needs to happen to make your brain work efficiently happens during that phase.
And the other thing that comes to mind is that I think that we come from this belief that when we get a certain age that we are old and there's nothing that we can do about it. Does that play into this whole aging process?
Yes, that's a matter of mindset, and that's why I bring the blue zone as an example, because what could be a better evidence, a living evidence that this is possible, right? It's not a, hyperbaric chamber. It's not a red light or any kind of interventions that require invasive procedures or any kind of sophistication, new trend. No. When you look at those people, living in those blue zones, these 5 areas in the world, they don't do crazy things, right? They have normal lives, but their mindset, the way they think, the way they cultivate joy, that's what makes them so special.
Well, I think to add to that is one of the things about those people is, because I'm from Barbados and I'm kind of understanding what you're talking about, is that they listen to their bodies.
Yes, I'm sure they're not scrolling their social media, right?
Why I say that, because I find that I believe that all the messages all the things we need to get, we get in messages from our bodies, but most of the times we are not aware and we don't listen and we don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's right. That's why mindfulness to me is my favorite technique to connect to our bodies.
Yeah.
And actually interview our needs, our wants, our, the whatever is happening physiologically. Once you become aware, once you connect to your body, you will develop that inner intuition that will manifest in, oh, I'm craving veggies, I'm craving, you will, some people may laugh at me, but I crave salads every day because I train myself to have a giant salad at lunch, and that keeps me chewing forever so that I don't have I don't have a glucose spike, right? Because I take time to eat my giant salads. And sometimes I'm out and, if I'm eating out and I order a salad, they bring me just a little portion of salad, right? No, I'm craving salads because I adapted to have that every day, and it's a routine. It's part of my routine now. And if I cannot have a big salad, maybe I'll complement at night, but it's one of my cravings.
Okay. Maricela, the last question I have for you is, what is mental fitness? Oh, sorry, why is mental fitness just as important as physical fitness for healthy aging?
Thank you, Cecile. Mental fitness refers to your ability to create positive outcomes and grow a positive mindset to face life, to face challenges, to face our everyday things. And the concept is brought by positive intelligence, and basically means that if we can train our mindset to find gifts and opportunities in everything that happens, and if we basically train ourselves and learn how to be optimistic, and we can use jokes as other people were sharing here, if we can train our mindset again to be positive, we are massively reducing the levels of cortisol in our system. And cortisol, if there are 2 hormones that we have to learn how to control as we age, insulin is the first one, and then cortisol. But they're both equally important. When we reduce stress, then everything functions much efficiently and much better in our physiology. And then we slow our aging.
Well, I cannot agree with you more because I spent over 15,000 hours teaching relaxation. So I'm right there with you.
Yes, and did you know I just released a last blog on telomeres. And you know, the lady who discovered the telomerase, Elizabeth Vernon, I don't remember the last name. She did an experiment and she measured the length of the telomeres. The telomeres are those little ends of the chromosomes that help with the division of cells. So as we grow, as we age, those telomeres are getting short every time, right? Well, she discovered that some people who are under very much stress have those telomeres shorter than people who are, you know, more optimistic. But the experiment that she did was really cool because she took a pool of moms who were taking care of kids with special needs. So that it's a very stressful situation, right? Being a parent or take how do you say that? Caregiver of someone who needs, you know, more than the usual things. She found that the moms who were really stressed and who consider her parenting as being very stressful, they have their telomeres short compared to other moms who were doing the same thing with the same challenges, who had a different perception because they were feeling blessed to have those challenges, and they were, you know, totally different. You know, they reframed the challenge into a, wow, I'm so blessed that I have this challenge because this gives me opportunity to develop empathy and love better, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? It was not the stressor, the thing, because they had longer telomeres. That is predicting longer life, right? It's the perception of stress.
Well, what I always say to most people is that everything that happens to us is a message. It doesn't matter what it is. But we need to look at not at what's happening. What is the lesson that I need to learn from this? And the moment you can start looking at exactly what's happening here, as soon as you start looking at the lesson, there's no negative anymore. It's an amazing understanding, a way for you to grow and expand. But we don't look at it that way. We look at, oh, there's a problem, there's a problem, there's a problem. No, it's there to help you grow and expand, right? And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecile. You said it very well.
I think I have a bit more time. So does anybody have any questions to the panel about anything at this moment? Because we have some time left.
And it might be fun for people to come off and ask them off mute and ask them directly.
Yep.
So I know Elizabeth had she had a lot of good questions.
Or comments?
So would you mind coming off mute?
I have always been curious about everything, and I think that is one way to be childlike and learn and grow. So I have a question for Maricel. Is there any nutritional deficiency that would prevent the ability of the body to express a beneficial gene?
Oh, yes, many. And what just comes to my mind is, you know, phytonutrients and polyphenols and all the antioxidants that we get from plants. They actually directly affect the regulation of our genes. And for example, remember Jocelyn, no, what was her name? This actress who decided to go on a double mastectomy because she had the BRCA gene. Now we know that you can have that gene, but if you regulate that gene, you know, in a positive way with food, with antioxidants, with polyphenols, you're not going to develop the disease. So that was not needed. But, you know, we didn't know that when this happened. I don't know how many years ago, but This is the new frontier in science that is actually connecting exactly what are the nutrients that are directly affecting, impacting the gene expression, so that we keep those bad genes silenced and we activate the good genes for protection. Because cancer, for example, is something that every day we grow and develop cells that are not right in the way they behave. But our immune system is in charge to correct those things, right? So if we are exposed to those nutrients that are essential to regulate genes, then we can afford. I mean, we can be exposed to germs or viruses, and we'll be strong because we are directing our nutrition to optimize the way we regulate that gene expression.
And could I add to that? When we have so many toxins in our body, if you go down to the cellular level, I mean, just think of a cell as a ball, and the outside of the cell membrane has these receptors that take in, the needed nutrients for the cell, but toxins block that. So if you are if you're taking in all these toxins, and you would know that you're not doing well, you got inflammation in the body, or you have dementia or Parkinson's, things like that, you know that you need to get rid of the toxins that are covering the receptors on that cell. And I mean, so that way, like Marcel was saying, your cells aren't taking in that protein, taking in the nutrients to keep that cell alive, and the cell, will die.
Yeah, I'll add just a little thing. Last year, at the end of the year, the company that I work with developed a test that measures all nutritional deficiencies that you may have, and it's a incredible test. Sorry. And the beauty of this is that it's done through something called DNA methylation. And in the report, you will receive all the things that your body is missing. It could be minerals, it could be antioxidants, it could be vitamins, and so on. And so I think that, science is now growing and going into that direction of not only bioindividuality, which is what makes you different from everybody else here, but what makes you different now from your own version last year, or even in 3 months, right? Because we are a universe that is super unique in this. If I could take a snapshot of you right now, it's unique. The mix of everything that is you in your brain, in your mind, in your emotion, in your soul, in your physiology is unique. And what I like about this test is that it projects where you're going unless you change your lifestyle, unless you change and supplement. I'm not talking about supplements like little pills. Supplement in the sense of, okay, if this test shows that you are low on vitamin C, for example, or antioxidants, or you can use whole foods to focus on those deficiencies. So your whole machine works more efficiently and corrects all inflammation and metabolic dysfunction and on and on.
A question for you. If someone has a deficiency, have an issue with thyroid, how would they, like, what test? Well, they can take a test, but how would they, is that, I know it can be fixed. So how would you suggest going about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. What I do is most of the time my clients come with their the clinical panel, so we understand where they are from direct blood samples, right? They just share with me the last physical markers that they had, and then of course, if there's a diagnosis on hypothyroidism or hypo or hyper, right?
Yeah.
I help them with this epigenetic testing, which reveals the projection on their health span. How can we prevent things to get worse, or chronic diseases appear compared to where we are, and what are the lifestyle interventions that we can do so that the person can manage any condition. But I'm not a doctor, I'm a biotechnologist, so I understand about molecular biology, which most doctors don't. So I'm in the prevention field. I cannot treat diseases or manages, but my job as a lifestyle optimizer will be to say, okay, Cecile, maybe in your clinical labs, you have markers that are showing that everything is normal, for example, right? But the epigenetic testing is projecting that you are going towards developing, let's say, type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes. So when I see those results and compared to your real results, I'm like, okay, let's prevent that to happen, because I don't want you to have that diagnosis in 7 years or 5 years from now. So you start changing now. And that applies for, all systems, thyroid and blood and immune and all the systems in the body.
So how would you suggest that someone, like say with the thyroid situation, because I have a friend of mine that has that, how would you suggest that that be addressed? And like you would have to get your blood work first of all.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Get your blood work. And then what's the next step?
If they discuss with their doctor, if they don't have any diagnosis or it could be Hashimoto, it could be, you don't know. I don't know until, if the doctor actually have a diagnosis, then I work with that person around that. But let's assume they don't know what's going on, right? Well, and if they take an epigenetic test, it will show in the report things that are, showing trends in this or that. And that's the one that I can say, okay, you're not regulating very well these genes. And I also work with genetic studies that I offer also in my practice. And I'm done also with myself, because it comes with the way your hardware is, right? So you can learn if you're doing keto, for example, it's very trendy, everybody's doing, but sometimes you may have a gene that, you cannot break carbs, or you have to understand the way your DNA works. And then once you have that information, then you adapt with lifestyle to make the whole process the most efficiency you can, right? The most efficiently in terms of how you work and how you remain in health until you die. So your health span matches your lifespan, and you don't have to suffer or being in pain or depend on others or suffer the fact that you don't even remember the people you love, right? So all of those things can be prevented.
So to answer your question, Miracel, it's the epigenetic testing that's necessary after you've gotten the blood work, correct?
Yes, it's for your specific question, that would be my suggestion. So get your panel, understand what's going on right now, and then get the epigenetic testing, because that will give you the bird view in your future, because it measures and it predicts your health span. And that way, with that combination of information, you can develop a rejuvenation journey specifically for that person.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. This was just illuminating for us. So, Cindy, where am I now?
Okay, well, there's a couple other questions in, but I'd like people to come off chat if they want to ask them directly.
I have a question, Cindy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please
Okay,
give it.
this is for Maricel. It's on this level of epigenetic testing. How much is the cost and what is involved in this testing?
Thanks for your question, Gabo. Happy to hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, this is expensive because it's new, but I'm sure that over time it's gonna get better. So I offer the aging epigenetic test for $997. And it comes with an interpretation of those results and a plan, a rejuvenation plan that you can choose to do it in 3 months, 6 months. And then I have another program that includes the epigenetic testing on aging. It comes with your biological age, it comes with the pace of aging, the length of your telomeres, and everything related to aging, plus everything related to your nutrition. So this combo that comes with 11 reports on aging and a huge report on everything on nutrition, and it also includes toxicity, like forever chemicals that you may not know, but you probably were exposed as a child to Teflon and other chemicals. So it comes with that as well. It comes with a comprehensive collection of data. That goes for $14.97. You get the test. In about 3 to 5 weeks after that, you get the results, and we meet and we go deeply into all the meaning of those reports. And then we create together something that is doable, where we say, okay, let's aim to reduce 5 years your biological age, rejuvenate 5 years in the next 6 months. What's going to happen in the first months? Okay, let's identify the organ systems that are aging faster, and let's focus there. And then the second month, we're going to, and we play with different lifestyle interventions. I have 7 nutrition, sleep, and exercise, and all of those things. Everybody will visit those places, but it will be a different journey for each person, of course. Yep. So, and the sample that you take, let me just show. This is the new test that comes with both the True Age and True Health, all about aging, all about nutrition. It takes just a few drops of your blood from a finger prick. You put on a little card, you send it in the mail, and about 3 to 5 weeks later, we get together with the results interpretation and a rejuvenation plan.
And so it's $14.97, $1,497
for the combo.
For the combo?
Yeah.
And what is the upfront cost versus over a couple of months? Is that a payment plan?
Well, no, because the test is expensive.
Okay.
You can buy the test on your own online, and this test is offered for $850.
Okay.
But you don't get all the reports. You don't get a person that will help you interpret with the interpretation, and you don't get a plan. Which is the beauty of this, is to design a plan that works for you.
Okay. Because I want to recommend it to my brother who had this thyroid problem. That's very interesting. So I would recommend do that thing for $1,500, but he really need to come up with the whole $1,500 up front.
Well, let me talk to him, because I need to cover the price of the test and the shipping and everything related to that. And then, the part that is for my professional service as interpret and design and meet with him, then maybe we can create a payment plan for that part.
Yeah, that's important, because I have to say, okay, you pay $1,000, that gives you the first mini consultation, and then $500 within 1 month or something like that, to make it.
Yes, it's totally doable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to swallow the pill. A little bit of sugar, make the pill go down.
Yeah, I know it is expensive, and I hear that all the time. But when you think about the value, how much did you pay to learn how many years of health you still have, and what are the things you need to change in your lifestyle to increase that time? And to me, that's priceless.
It's priceless. I totally agree. For me, it's worth it. But I know what I have to deal with. Actually, it's his wife who is going to say, how come it's so expensive? Okay, but but anyway, thank you so much. It's very valuable. The whole thing about epigenetics. Finally, today I get a feeling for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
know we have to move on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to say, as somebody who's reversed their own thyroid issue, I would recommend doing the basics very first, like getting rid of the refined sugar and carbs. Number 1 thing, if you have a thyroid issue. Second thing, figure out a way to manage your stress. That was my issue. When the thyroid, it's not a thyroid issue usually, it's a whole body system issue that happens to be affecting the thyroid and expressing itself in the thyroid. So, doing the basic health things will help that person, even if they don't want to have or they don't have the resources right now to go through with the testing. You can start with basic nutrition, hydration, sleep, exercise, stress management. And supplementation is really important too. A lot of people with a thyroid issue are low in iodine. So that can be very, very good too. So and magnesium. People don't think about magnesium, but that is such a mineral that's deficient in a lot of people because people are stressed out and the body utilizes magnesium very, very quickly. So helping that person's, if they're having a lot of stress in their life, that can be throwing their thyroid function off.
Thanks for sharing. But if they already had an operation to remove the glands, right? So it's kind of toward the end of, and he's 85 or something like that. So, so I want to improve his lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll talk to Maricel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. But we have a women's empowerment and helping women on their journey for the next panel. So I'm very excited because this is Women's History Month. And I know we have a great moderator. So Maggie, if you could jump on.
Sure.
Unmute and
you so
take it
much.
away.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you. I have been excited to be here listening and learning from everyone and appreciate the focus on investing in our health and the reality that this is just something that we need to make a decision on in this current modern environmental reality that we live in. So we are stepping into our empowerment by making those more educated and informed choices by those providers that we know, love, and trust. So thank you everyone for being with us since 8 a.m. this morning, PST. Let's just, as we kick off panel 5, want to give so much love to everyone that's been here listening to the panels from the beginning on stress, emotion, and mental health. We then dove into nutrition, then we went into gardening and sustainability, and we're just now wrapping up discussions on environmental exposure and whole health lifestyle. So good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Margarita Gruskin, and I am so honored to be leading these discussions around the panel. Our focus now is women's empowerment, an idea of what is health, what is empowerment, and can we step into ways to take charge of your well-being journey. We are gathered here with some esteemed colleagues as we will be going over some questions around this panel, but let's go ahead and check in with our participants, making sure that you are taking care of yourselves. I'd love to reconnect with everyone. Please post in the chat where you are joining us from. Are you here in Central Coast? Are you in another country? And also, we'd love to hear from you as we are wrapping up our thoughts. Please share your number one question you'd love for us to look at with this specific, bigger view of women's health and empowerment. What would you love to learn most during the next hour or so? So thank you so much. We have people joining from Florida, from Hawaii, from Canada, and Wisconsin. So please post in the chat. Our beautiful chat moderator, Maricel, will be looking and watching for your questions. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce our 4 panel speakers. We'll be introducing them to review some of the questions coming up, including Mary Lumberding, Dr. Pamela Jackson-Smith, Cecil McIntosh, and Katie Friedman. So welcome everyone to our Women's Health and Empowerment. Let me just start first as we're looking at Women's History Month. If I can go to Mary first, and then I'm going to go to Cecil. So Mary, let me just share that Mary, we heard from her earlier, she is a fully trained chef who coaches home-based professionals to make healthful full meals to break the cycle of takeout and delivery. She and her husband have a large food garden, and after being trained in culinary management, Mary cooked professionally for 10 years, including at the infamous Banff Springs Hotel in Alberta, Canada. Oh, I've been there. I love it. Mary, I wonder if you prepared some of those beautiful meals there. So, author of Kitchen Chaos to Culinary Bliss, please welcome Mary Lumberding. And Mary, if I can just ask you to set the context here for our discussion over the next 45 minutes or so. Why do you feel women struggle to advocate for themselves?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And it's great to be here today with all of you. Why do women struggle? Quite often, women are the caregivers, and we're out there taking care of everybody else. I don't really like generalizations, but there are some that we do tend to see across the lines. And women do, we're the moms, we take care of people. So when people ask how we're doing, we just say, I'm fine. But, you're not always. So women need to be able to step forward and advocate for themselves. And it is a struggle. And we're also shy about personal issues sometimes. Like when you talk to these people about gut health, and I used to have a holistic nutritionist, and it's all about the poop, and you get used to talking about it. But at first it's like, well, I don't talk about that. You're not supposed to talk about that in public. But, when you've got health issues, you have to deal with it. You have to talk about it. And by putting it under the carpet, it doesn't help yourself. It doesn't help people around you. So, yeah.
Thank you for setting the stage. What role do we play, and how can we move beyond that to really get into that holistic aspect of self-care, why it's so needed for us as nurturers? So thank you, Mary. Welcome to the panel. So next, let's go to Cecil. We just heard from Cecil in the last session. Cecil, if you wouldn't mind, just introduce yourself briefly, and then would love to hear your share on what is women's health and empowerment. Cecil.
My name is Cecil McIntosh. I'm originally from Barbados, now living in Toronto, Canada. And I had two major significant catastrophes in my life. I was divorced and bankrupt the same week. And that changed my life completely. So I've developed something called the Business Life Balancer. So what was the last part of the question?
Oh, we'd love to hear from your perspective on what is women's health and empowerment.
Okay, women's health and empowerment to me is having a foundation. And when you have the foundation, then that empowerment would come. But the secret is to have the foundation. So what I'm going to spend some bit of time is the foundational part of it. And why it's so important that women have the foundation instead of doing the things that they normally do.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing more about that. So let's go to Dr. Pamela Jackson-Smith. Dr. Pam is in the house. Dr. Pam is a certified life transitions coach and solopreneur. She's dedicated to guiding and empowering women through significant life changing. So she specializes in supporting women facing widowhood, retirement, and those on the journey to discover new purpose. So Dr. Pam's focus is on transformation, viewing challenges as opportunities for growth and self-discovery. If we can welcome Dr. Pam. Dr. Pam, I'd love for you to start us off with this question on how can women break free from this idea of imposter syndrome? Stepping away from the roles we're currently playing and maybe feeling we're just not worthy, we're not ready. And how can we step into leadership roles in perhaps their personal and professional lives? Dr. Pam.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. With imposter syndrome, that's sort of a new term. It's not a mental health diagnosis. but it's something that happens to us. You know, we have a fear of success, fear of change. We don't feel like we are worthy when we do make achievements and we gain some type of success, because we don't feel good about ourselves. And so we have self-doubt. We don't feel like, even though everyone around us, you know, giving us accolades, we just feel like we don't deserve that. And so what we need to do is to think about the journey that we've had, especially for us older women, over 50, over 60, you know, 70 and on. Think about the journey. We've experienced so much and we've gathered so much expertise in our lives. Sometimes we don't see it as expertise, but when you're dealing with someone who may be stuck in their life, you know, they've had some type of incident that's happened to them. Like for me, the major thing that happened to me in the last 5 years was to become a widow when I lost my husband. And I kind of didn't know how to start over. And so we find those people who are just struggling, trying to figure it out. How do I continue to live? And so we want to help people to focus on the successes, the positive things that has happened to them in their lives that's causing them to fear moving forward. And so we want them to do something that I like to call owning their stories. A lot of times we will own the negative, but we don't own the positive. There are lots of positive things about our lives. And after you get to 50, there's a plethora of things that you can identify. Sometimes it takes someone to help you with that. That's where life coaches come in. But you can look back on your life and look at all of the positive things that have happened and take ownership of that. And then another thing is, as we get older, we don't make friends as easily as we did when we were younger. I like to tell the story about 3-year-olds on the playground, each other. They go home at night, they're taking their bath, and they're telling mommy or daddy, you know, about my new best friend. We were playing on the swings, and I want to go back and play on the swing with my best friend tomorrow. Well, as we get older, we don't just go out and meet a best friend because of our history and all of the things that's happened to us that make us not so trusting. You know, we don't kind of know who to trust, but we have to have a support system. As life goes on, we need to be involved with a positive support network. And it really helps when you're going through some type of transition, some change, to have some cheerleaders there for you. And I was on a podcast a while ago, and the host of the podcast told me that I had a support system on steroids, because I've had so many people in my life to help me. I've always been the helper, but when it was my turn, when I lost my husband, my friends just rallied around me. I needed to move, and I had one group packing at my house and another group unpacking at my apartment, you know, but it was that support network that helped me to get through it. And then another thing is taking action, even if you're scared. There's a saying, do it scared. Do it scared, even if it's one tiny step. Try to move forward and do it scared. And I had a situation here within the last year. I've always wanted to author a book, and because I just feel like I have so much to share and I want to leave that legacy. So I jumped on the bandwagon with a group of ladies. I'm with the social justice group of women, and we're trying to help see what we can do in our society. And we wrote this book, Where Colors Meet. And
Dr.
it was
Pam,
a wonderful experience.
Dr. Pam, if I can pause you there, I think I'd love to dive in a little bit more into the amazing shares that you have with your ideas and how to move women forward beyond this idea of operating from the fear or imposter bucket. If I can pause there, thank you so much for sharing the insights on owning their stories, creating a positive support network, and then taking action, feeling the fear, and moving forward anyway. So if I can come back to you, let me go ahead now and introduce our fourth panelist. So Katie Friedman, your specialty is around eye health. So Katie, if you can let us know, now that it's becoming springtime, at least here in the northwestern area or in America, there's a lot of allergies and things happening. Can we speak to your expertise, Katie, around some of these myths? So maybe one of the first ideas is the connection between carrots and eyesight. So can you speak about eating carrots? Eating carrots, will they dramatically improve your vision? A fun question for Katie. Is Katie in the house?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
I've been here for a while.
Awesome. I love the color in the background. Educate us. I'd love to hear about that.
Well, first, I want the people in the audience to know who I am. I've been in the eye care industry for 4 decades. I consider myself an eyesight advocate for you and your eyesight, that I see you. I am a multi-certified dispensing optician, contact lens specialist, low vision expert. I've authored a book, Your Amazing Itty Bitty Vision and Visionary Insight book. And I have such a diverse background that it's such a pleasure to be here on this summit with all of you. And carrots. Carrots are an interesting beast because people associate carrots with eyesight. It's a little bit of a myth in my perspective, because there are other foods that rank higher in our needs, such as and within this summit, there has been an emphasis on dark leafy greens. I mean, anybody who's been here for at least an hour or so, or well, whenever you've been here, they've been stressing that along the way. And it just so happens that dark leafy greens are essential for feeding the macula, the back of the eye, that has all of those color receptors that allows us to see the bright oranges and the color of carrots. The macula needs to be fed with something called lutein and zeaxanthin. The carrots provide the beta carotene. In the top 10 foods for feeding the eye, carrots isn't even on the list. It's like number 13 or 14, which I find really interesting. The reason why we think of carrots is because it focuses on one aspect of what is perceived as being important in our vision. Now, there's a lot of it that is important in going forward with having a multitude of a cross-section of vitamins. And I just want to share that's only one little part of the importance of springing forward with eyesight and your health.
I love that. Springing forward with conscious intention, reaching for those carrots anyway. They've got a lot of veggies, a lot of veggie power. We're learning so much here from you, the macula and the luteins.
And what I think is more important, personally, than carrots are pistachios. We've talked about a little bit about the nuts, and I think somebody said something about putting nuts into a smoothie or something like that. My number one favorite nut is pistachios. It's green.
I love that. I love that. And the enthusiasm is there. Thank you so much for that insightful start on the importance of eye health. It's so important. We may take it for granted, but we see everything through the world and we take in the pleasure of it. So how can we keep ourselves and our eyes nourished? So wonderful to have you here, Katie. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's go back to Mary. So if I can ask everyone if what you have gleaned so far in the initial shares, what is your initial takeaway? Everybody who's watching, what are you taking away right now with a sense of women's health and empowerment? What's landing for you? An aha moment, a big takeaway. So while we're getting some of those feedbacks, Mary, let's come back to you. So can you share what are some ways that women's health may differ from men's health? What would you like to share on that topic, Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Besides the obvious, there's the history of the research that's been done tends to be towards the male-dominated diseases. Like prostate cancer got a lot more money and support as opposed to breast cancer. And yeah, and the insurance companies, they also tend to support the male-dominated illnesses. And women really need to step up and advocate for themselves. One of my friends, she was quite overweight and she kept telling the doctor there was something that was wrong and in her stomach. And they said, well, you're just fat and you need to lose weight. And it continued for months. And doctors, you know, they tend to dismiss women as, you know, overreactive. And eventually she was heard and they found a large growth inside of her that they had to deal with. And my niece had to deal with endometriosis, and she watched her mom suffer from it, and unfortunately her mom passed away. So, you know, sometimes you have to learn the hard way, but women really need to step up and support each other in what's going on in health, because the research needs to be done on women as well as men, because we have different concerns and different things that happen to us, and we also react differently. You know, what we were talking about before about, you know, whether or not women stand up for themselves. And, you know, just because a woman says, I'm fine, you can tell by looking at them, they're not always fine. And you need to stay and listen to them. And doctors need to stop dismissing when they don't feel well. You pay attention to it. You know, there's a lot of different ways to help support the women and just it goes back to the advocating. You know, just stand up for and do your own research. There's natural ways of taking care of yourself, and the universities are not teaching the doctors how to take care of ourselves naturally. And I was actually just reading about a dog, this poor dog that is going through all these, the vet is giving them all these medications and things, and the dog has still got stomach issues. And it's like, what about pumpkin? You know, pumpkin helps the stomach. Or, you know, cook their own food, you know, stop buying all this kibble stuff and cook their food. You know, I had a 17-year-old dog. I do dog boarding, and I had the 17-year-old dog, and he had homemade food. He had like rice and chopped up chicken breasts, and in the morning they put egg in it as well. He was 17 years old. He was a hairless Mexican thing. It was pretty funny looking dog, but he was healthy. He was 17 years old, you know, and people need to get away from the pills and the pharmaceutical stuff and take care of yourself naturally, which we all know we do that. We're, you know, it's preaching to the choir here, but, you know, share it with your friends and just advocate for yourself and advocate for the others. That's my soapbox.
Thank you for for having the courage to stand in the center of the circle and let us see you and hear you as we resonate the truth of what we need to just be reminders for each other and fight the good fight. And with your work with food coming from your hands and your heart, as you're sharing the beautiful food from your large food garden, this is part of your purpose, your
Yes.
larger dharma. So thank you for the reminder that we can step into active, role in women's empowerment by ourselves advocating, doing the research, and then selecting those circles where we can show up authentically and that support our growth. So thank you, Mary, for that. Okay, so let's go to Cecil now. Cecil, can we turn to you now for a new perspective on this? So why do you think women's health and empowerment is so important? Can you share some ideas from your perspective?
Well, I'm going to answer the question a different way. I'm going to blame the women. But let me explain, let me explain to you where I'm coming from. I think that we all need to have a foundation. And as women, they weren't given a foundation, right? There was a lot of hit and miss. My whole thing is, let's get a foundation. So what I mean by a foundation is we compromise our values. For example, if we're in a relationship, we settle for the relationship, but we don't get what we want we don't get what we want out of the relationship. We got the relationship because the person was a good dancer or, something like that, but we don't get the value. We don't get what we want out of a relationship. So one of the things I say is that you stop compromising your relationship, say no, be fearless, stop trying to prove yourself. So that's what. And the why to that is, if in a relationship, if you compromise your values, you are not going to get what you want. I do a lot of value work. And one of the things I insist is that you get what you want. It's all about getting what you want. The second thing is to say no and not feel guilty, right? And the other thing is to be fearless, to do what you want to do and stop trying to please everybody else and stop trying to prove yourself. Now, I have a lot in common with women because as a Black man, I had my struggles, right? I had the same struggles similar to what women have. So the challenge is I had to be good at what I do. And I teach, my oldest client is 94 and 84. But I teach you that you need to do what you do and do it well, but do it because you enjoy doing it. You're not going to please everybody, but you need to understand that if they don't like you, that's okay too, right? Secondly, you need to be fearless. You need to decide what you want and to go for it. Don't get caught up with the children and everybody else. You need to decide what you want. And that's to say no. This all happens when you come from the inside out. Most women are on the outside. So everything that happens, the wind blows, so they get a sniffle. When you come from the inside out, you have that foundation. You can withstand whatever is happening. And that's where I come from. So women's health, for me, is when they come from the inside out, they will know they're like the soil. They have to do the soil testing. They have to do their own testing. They will know to hydrate. They'll have better self-care. But it doesn't matter because from the inside, they want to do it. They're not doing it because they're told to do it. So my whole thing is women are at fault in context that they're not coming from the inside. And when you come from the inside and you really understand that, it's so wonderful and you have the strength. And when it comes to empowerment now, you don't have to go anywhere. People will notice you and be attracted to you. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. The foundational piece we need to have. And if you don't have it, go get some help. But so it doesn't matter how old you are. When you have the foundational piece, the other thing about the foundational piece is when you come from the inside, when you have a problem and you're on the inside, you're going to pause. And when you pause, you're going to get an answer. And that pause, just for your information, is the divine. And when you get the answer, you know what to do. You don't have to go outside and ask somebody's opinion. You go and say, this is what I want. It gives you that power. But when we're on the outside, then we don't have that connection to the divine. So that's where it comes from. You've got to come from the inside. And then when you're there, life is beautiful. So that's the point I want to make when I say women are at fault. That's what I started with saying they're at fault. In that kind of, if you're on the outside, you're going to listen, you're going to be swayed by the wind, right? You're going to, like if a plant, you get the wrong type of soil, you're not going to test your soil, you're not going to take care of your self-care and whatever. But when you go inside, you're going to get messages that say, hey, no. Like Maricel was saying, she needs a big bowl of salad and she don't get it. She sees, the body's going to talk to you. So I want more people to listen to the body, just listen to the body instead of going outside to listen to some nonsense from somebody else. You be in charge. That's where I'm coming from. And that's what I teach.
So thank you for that powerful spark. You just lit us up. We are paying full attention. I'd love to just do a round robin, Cecil, because I'd love to get from the other panelists their reaction on your share. So who would like to start off? Mary, Katie, Dr. Pam, 1 minute share your reflection on why is women's health and empowerment important. Can we do 1 minute each? Who would like to start?
I would. First of all, I love you, Cecil. You're amazing. And I like that whole foundational thing. And I think that starting off with blaming us is a sad perspective, because that's what we hear. We hear that this message is what we need to do, but then we hear that, but that's a male perspective. And then when we do a female perspective, it's always a battle. So in what I do, and you know this about me, is when we talk about vision, so much the emphasis on general vision, but with me, women have to recognize and own that their hormones are going to affect their vision. And I agree with you in the sense that we really do shine and we are in our element when we do stand up for ourselves. I think the society has we're doing a balance between what we look like. You know, when men stand up for themselves, they're like it's senior, it's like a superiority thing, and it's a good thing, a corporate thing. When women stand up for themselves, they're either a bitch or shrewd or something like that. And I think the society, it needs to shift also to spring into, I see you to spring into that empowerment that you see so nicely, that I wish that I look forward to other men seeing as well.
Thank you, Katie. I love that share. And who can we go to? Dr. Pam or Mary? Would you like to do a 1 minute share?
For women's empowerment, I think it's when we can uplift and validate each other. What Cecil was talking about was blaming the women. We really do need to think about ourselves and go inside ourselves, reach out to God and all of His majesty and ask Him to help us. We don't have to do it alone, but we can get Him to help us, but we need to help each other to feel uplifted and validated, because there's so much out there in the media that does not validate us. And you get so many people telling us what we should and shouldn't do, how we should look, how we shouldn't look. This is the kind of man you should get, but what do we really want ourselves? That's something that we need to discover. And when we feel empowered, we can do those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pam. Mary, would you have
Yeah.
any? Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I just listening to Cecil, I wrote down be fearless. I wrote it down twice. I wrote it down a second time. At 65, I'm still working on that. I have a very strong husband, and he's a little bit deaf, so he's even louder now. So yeah, I was realizing that part of my unhappiness was my reaction to what was going on around me. And when I changed my viewpoint and stopped internalizing some of that stuff, it made a difference. And I got a dog bite the other day, and my husband, like, you really handled that really well. And it's just like, yeah, changing your reaction to things, like not internalizing it, not taking it personally, just dealing with the situation and just dealing with it and being fearless. So yeah, that's my takeaway.
Thank you, everyone, for those beautiful, insightful, heartfelt shares and reflections. And it's a wonderful time for everyone that's watching to really check in with our own individual awareness of how we view women's empowerment. What are the stories we tell ourselves if we are women, or if we are men here supporting women's empowerment? If you post in the chat what stood out for you as perhaps a new window from which to view women's empowerment, either for ourselves or to be there for a support. We live in a critical time, where many of the global leaders are regressing in this support and empowerment of women around the world. And so as women, it is a time to decide if we are going to stand and acknowledge where we are as individuals and as a collective, and how we are going to move forward. So it's a great opportunity for all of us to revisit the stories we tell ourselves, the beliefs that we have been raised on, and the emerging global consciousness where we can all come together in supportive, collaborative communities like this, that are not only connected as human beings, but remembering the foundations of health and well-being back to nature. So what does that look for us? So thank you everyone for those wonderful shares. If we can move now to a different aspect of women's empowerment. So health is not just the physical body. A lot of the mental health and well-being, a lot of those fears and struggles are around financial security. So Dr. Pam, I believe I'd like to direct this question to you. What do you feel are the biggest challenges that women face in maintaining financial independence, and how can they overcome them?
I was thinking of something that I heard growing up, and it was that girls should always have their own money. And when you get married, you still need to have your own money. And if you have a husband, you should hide it from him. Don't let him know, because you got to always have your own money. Well, I don't know how much I agree with that, but that's something I've always heard. And what I would like to focus on more is, when we think of financial empowerment, we need to have financial goals. You know, it's not about hiding the money and all that, but as women, we want to be able to have some goals for ourselves. You know, how much money do we want to save? Like the girls' trips are really popular now. And if you want to go on a girls' trip, do you have a girls' trip fund that where you're putting some money aside and making investments in choices in careers that will supplement your income well? And I can remember, I think it was in the 60s, when women became able to have their own credit cards. You know, I remember getting my first credit card when I was in college, and I went crazy with it, you know, but being financially responsible with these options that we have. And if you don't know about them, you need to get some financial literacy, learn about budgeting, and there are financial coaches out there. I have a financial coach who just helped me with something. I have a bachelor's in economics, but I'm a lot older now, and things just needed to be put into perspective again. And so I went to a financial coach, and she was very, very helpful for me. Don't be afraid to ask if you don't know. And there's everything you could think of out there on the internet. And then another thing that women are doing is diversifying income streams, you know, to have your own business. You can do consulting, you can do multiple different things. Some people call it a side job, but something that you're good at. I have a friend who is a great seamstress, and she takes in work from time to time. If you need some pants hemmed, she'll do that for you. And she makes soaps and lotions because her son had eczema. So she makes those and she sells those, and she even makes costume jewelry. So there are lots of things that we can do to be financially empowered.
I love it. Thank you, Dr. Pam, reminding us of our capacity and the multiple pathways that we can do to move ourselves towards that financial empowerment, as using money as a source for good. I love what you said. We may have the stories in our head of what we were told about money, identifying the stories, right? And saying, you know what, I'm just going to start with what is my financial goal? And then how can I start to broaden it to have those multiple income streams? So I have that deeper foundation. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Pam. Well, let's go back to Katie. Katie, how about this? So there's a myth around people that have this idea of low vision. Can you talk about low vision? You mentioned that in your intro. Not everybody may know about that. How does that impact perhaps our way to live independently? Does that impact our financial security? What else should we be looking at? Please talk to us about the myth of low vision and independence.
Absolutely. And thank you for that question, because first of all, when you think of blind, the first thing that comes to your mind is the person has a black screen in front of them, right? And it's that place of, I got to make sure I'm right and left. It's like black. It's like that, right? Person's blind. They see. No. If a person has blurry vision and they can't see like the big E, that's the best correction they can have. You know, it's like the blurry background. That's considered low vision. When a person, okay, it's on the spectrum. When you reach about 40, you know what happens. It's like the arm isn't long enough to read the menu for some of us, okay? And a lot of us have already passed that season in our life. Well, at that moment, we were low vision because we were unable to see clearly up close. It's correctable. Then also wearing glasses. Oh my gosh, how many pair of glasses do we have? Whether they're for distance, for reading, or for the computer. We have an appliance. There you go. There you go. And this is a piece of assistive technology. Well, there may be a time in our life where a disease grips us and we start to lose our ability to see clearly. And sometimes, like a cataract, when the world gets blurry and problems at night driving and the sparks and the haloing, that's correctable with surgery. But if a person has diabetes, for example, diabetic retinopathy means that it affects the back part of the eye. And then the black spots start to happen and the world closes in on them. And it's not correctable. There are low vision devices to help these people. And what this does is it allows them to be independent, because the number one fear as a person starts to go blind, that fear of being blind and fear of the loss of independence, it doesn't have to be as dramatic as many experienced when they didn't know that there were resources. So in what I do, I provide those resources, and it's not just the magnifiers and the magnifying glasses. We have a plethora of powers of there, but we have software that magnifies instead of like 3, 5, 10 times, but 200%. And it's amazing. And I love the fact that we have technology that we're able to read. It reads to us, and audio books is now mainstream. Fabulous for people who are losing their vision. And then devices that look like computers, but they magnify a lot. And then they have underneath a shelf where if a person wants to do their own fingernails, they can see their fingers and polish their nails on their own. Toenails is a problem. Go to a pedicurist for that. If a person enjoys reading the newspaper, they can see the fine print, like the weather and obituaries. The point being that having an advocate that knows about this, most opticians and optometrists are not low vision specialists. Just putting it out there. It takes a low vision specialist that can guide people into that lane to help go on. And the problem with as a person starts to go blind is that fear. And that besides the loss of independence, it goes into depression. And once that person helps depression, it's too late to come to me. Once they've hit that depression, I may be able to help. I can listen. I can help guide. That's a slippery slope, and that's where the high rate of suicide happens. So I'm on this panel. I'm with all of you because I want you to know who I am. So if you have a loved one and they're springing forward into their 80s and they're coming home and their doctor says you have age-related macular degeneration, that means that the center part of that vision is getting super blurry and they can't see. I mean, they can go like this and like this. That helps because they've got great peripheral vision still. And there's more that I can do. So I hope that all of you realize that just as you need to have a strong foundation, and women need to have a strong foundation in moving forward, that we have to diversify our investments, really important. And Mary can make the best meal available, including the lutein and the zeaxanthin with the spinach. Popeye the Sailor Man, toot toot, and the salmon, which is so important, and then the sweet potatoes. I mean, hello, we are guiding you all to get the best opportunity for springing forward and taking care of ourselves in our eyes.
Thank you so much, Katie, for shining the light of awareness on this much needed specialty area, which, you know, may impact us, will definitely impact those around us throughout our life. So to know these resources are out there, to not stay in fear, to learn, be empowered, and take action as to how can we be present and appreciate what we have now. So looking at all your beautiful faces, screen through the tabs right now, give some love with our eyes while we have these beautiful resources. Look at your members here, share some love with these instruments of love. And I love what you said, that these are assistive technology. So how can we reach out for these ways to support ourselves to stay independent and empowered? Thank you so much, Katie.
Can I say something? May I say something?
Yes, Dr. Pam.
Katie, thank you so much for what you do. Talking about the low vision and the services that are available goes back to one of my earliest childhood memories. My dad drove the city bus, and we always stopped at what we called then the blind man stand. And he would buy me a sandwich and a drink. And I never could understand how this man who was blind could actually make food. And so I discovered that we had a place in town where people could go who had low to no vision, and they learned how to adapt and live. And it's just gives me such a good feeling, you know, about this, and knowing that you're out there and I can refer people to you. Thank you so much, Katie.
You're welcome. There's an organization called the Council of Citizens for Low Vision International, and one of the gals in the organization is the blind chef. And she teaches people not only tips on how to cook, how to measure, different protective modalities. There are these little tabs that you can put on foods, and then just take your phone and scan it, and you know what the food is, so that you know that it's a cereal rather than instant mashed potatoes or something like that. There's so many tools out there that I get excited about just sharing, and I want other people to know about it.
Thank you so much, Katie, Dr. Pam. We are near the top of the hour. I'd love to just give everyone a 30-second last reflection to share your last biggest idea on ways women can empower themselves, maybe the next step, how to get started. So please, a 30-second or so share. Katie, would you like to start if you're up there?
Yeah, I'm gonna just pitch this whole program on health. And I hope that people download the free gifts. And if you're on VIP, I offer a 50-minute consultation. So if you would like, if you're VIP, you'd like that 50-minute consultation to ask me questions, I would love to be able to help and address. So women specifically, our hormones are going to affect us not only monthly, perimenopausal, and in menopause. We experience the dry eyes, the scratchy, the blurry vision, and all of that, and know that the hormones do affect it. And I want to give you one tip. Take your pinky fingers. You put the drop in your eyes, take your pinky fingers and gently massage your lids. Okay? And what that's going to do is going to allow the drop to moisten the eye, take those tears that are drying out your eyes, bring it back together again. That's my hot tip for you today, besides eating your dark leafy greens.
Thank you so much, Katie. I'm going to do that right after this. Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much for sharing. And please post how people can share or connect with you if you like in the chat. So next, who can we hear from? Who would like to share a final takeaway?
I would.
Dr. Pam.
I want to address burnout. As women, because we put everybody first, we have a tendency to experience burnout. A lot of us don't know it when we get there. But when we do, there is a way to handle burnout and a way to avoid burnout. And the number one thing is self-care. Self-care is not just going to the spa. It's not just getting nails and nails done and pedicures, but it's learning to say this two-letter sentence: no. We have to learn, my sisters, how to set boundaries and how to say no. Don't be afraid of the consequences, because when people are not used to you saying no, they get really, really upset. But it's okay, because you have a responsibility to take care of yourself. It's nobody else's job. It's your job. And that's what I want to leave with you. Schedule time for yourself and do things that bring you joy.
Wonderful share. Thank you so much for bringing the energy, the insights, and the simple tips on saying no in order to say yes to yourself. Thank you, Dr. Pam. Cecil, can we go to you? What would you love to share as your final takeaway or give?
Well, I'm
share?
going to give you my the thing that I do all the time. And what it is that we seem to be stressed, burnout, and thoughts are running all over the place. And my specialty is to shut that down. That's what I do for a living, right? And I shut it down instantly, like instantly, less than 1 minute. All you have to do is, when you have a thought, doesn't matter what it is, I don't have enough money, I'm not pretty and whatever, is you need to pause as soon as you have the thought. When you, and as a matter of fact, you guys can do it right now as I'm talking. You think of a thought and you can pause. When you have a thought and it's negative and you pause, what that pause do, it takes you into the divine. And when you go into the divine, that's when you get an answer to the challenge. That's all. That's how simple it is. That's what I teach all day long.
Beautiful. So it's time to pause in order to plug in.
I like that.
Oh, yes, you are charging us up and bringing it. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to have you share your unique perspectives and insight. And we thank you for your time. I'd love to then invite Mary. Mary, what would you love to share?
I encourage people to listen to others. When you say, "How are you?" Pause and give them an opportunity to actually express how they're feeling, and watch their, their mannerisms, or, if they have a big sigh or a long pause. Quite often, if you ask someone a question and it pause, it means they're editing what's going on in their head, saying, "Oh, this person doesn't really want to hear how I'm feeling." And just encourage people to, and give them the time to express themselves, and tell you how they're really doing. And you can help support them. And also, if someone asks you, how are you, then take the time and the opportunity to express how you're really feeling, and what kind of support you would like to have from that other person, because we need to support each other. And that's one way of doing it, is when someone says, "How are you?" Listen to them.
The almost lost art of listening, listening more than with our ears. Mary, thank you so much for sharing your luminous presence, your connection with food, community, and really being here and listening to people. So thank you so much for sharing. I want to thank everybody on the panel. Thank Maricel for monitoring the chat. It's been an amazing day with everyone here, panelists and our participants. Please encourage you to connect with the speakers as you share your connections here right now in the chat. And at this time, I'd love to wrap up our last panel, and hand it back to Cindy for a final wrap up. And if you'd love to share your final thank you or your final insight from this panel, please share your last thoughts as we move into final wrap up. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you so much for just all the moderators, all the people that have shared their wisdom. This is exactly why we're doing this. Now, as a collaborative, we have a responsibility to each other, but also to reach out to the world. So I am asking the event Raptor, where we're holding this summit, to allow us to keep up our summit so that we can continue to promote it, and that we have the ability to then add in our giveaway as part of this. I know we haven't talked about that before, but I want to make sure that all the information that you're giving, as your free gifts and things like that, to help everyone in the community, you can also put that into a giveaway. So right now we have the wellness kit. So please add to that. I will keep you updated as to if we are going to be able to finalize and promote this for next weekend. But in the meantime, all of the YouTube, links are in the folder, and you can promote your own YouTube edited version of your talk. So I want you to realize that we're creating content to make it easier for you to, cut, change, and use it in other ways. And I just am so grateful to each one of you for your wisdom, your willingness to share, your willingness to be part of a collaborative that is promoting something that hasn't really been found on the internet: natural health. Most of the famous sites are actually put up by large corporations, pharmaceuticals, etc. So we're bringing people together, and we're bringing people to have wisdom. And that is very different than knowledge. right? There's a lot of information that you can get on the internet. But if you don't actually make any practical steps, I call it practical, actionable information, that's what we were sharing today. You absolutely know that the world is changing and we can envision together a different future where we can grow, find, right? Feed ourselves well. We can let go of our stress by having a different perspective. We can obviously empower ourselves and our families. And one of the things that I'm excited about with this summit is one of our speakers who wasn't able to make it today because his phone is not working. It is in Kenya, and he is going to affect over 1,000 people. But with that, over 50 women, because women in Kenya actually do the farming, and they farm by watering individual plants in large fields, which you can imagine is very time consuming. I know I do it for exercise, but lots and lots of people around the world have to do it because that's the only way they can water. So with a little bit of infrastructure, they can not only capture water, that it would be portable for them to drink, but they're also going to be able to change the soil and make it as wonderful as it naturally is in New Jersey. So I really want to thank you for also being willing to promote this project. I can just tell you a quick story. I saw a project that was put in someone's front yard. They were going to feed 40 families intensively. It's a great idea, but it was $150,000 for infrastructure. We're talking about affecting 1,000 people in Kenya, right? And their animals and their long-term, dealing with climate change. And what's wonderful is that we can really help every little bit. And hopefully we will be able to have him come to the collaborative. I've spoken to him a number of times, and I'm going to try to keep supporting them through coaching. So does anyone have any other comments before we wrap this up and call it a wonderful day? All right. Well, I know I have to get outside. I'm going to be planting and taking up a lot of mint today so that I can put something else in its place. So I hope you all have wonderful things that you're going to move to. And thank you again.
Thank you, Cindy, for everything.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Cindy.
Bye.
Bye,
Thank
everybody.
you, Cindy.
Bye.
Thank you, Cindy.
Ah. Ah.
Cindy, this was amazing. Just wanted to let you know, hanging back, because it was so diverse. It was so much fun in the different moderators and the different topics, how they wove together. I just thought you did a wonderful job. So when you go outside,